Ah, peace, peace, peace. Peace, peace, peace. All right, what we got going today? I want to talk about the altars. We never got around to that earlier. I had to take care of some business. Earlier, we were still talking about the mental laws, but it still applies. We're trying to change your reality, alter your state of consciousness or whatever. Certain things you can do. But I feel like it's important to understand the mental laws as well before we even, you know what I'm saying, get into the whole alter setting up. I got this book. It's called Mental Laws, Mental Technology by Barbara Berger. Then I got a little book on alter. That's the name of it, by CJ Conway or DJ Conway. Let's see what is going on here. Peace, peace, peace. What's going on? What is? Let's see what is first. That's crazy to even, you know. But peace though, peace. What's going on? How y'all feeling tonight, man? How y'all feeling tonight? Ah, topic talking about the mental loss. I want to get into like setting up altars or whatever, and how people already naturally do it, and how being aware of it, you know what I'm talking about, it can actually amplify your life or whatever. But I wanted to go in on the mental laws a little bit before we got into that. Because like I said, while we subconsciously do this, you know what I mean, it does something for us, regardless. Whatever you put out, you know what I'm talking about, you're going to get something back, regardless of what it is or whatever. But having the awareness of it, you know what I'm talking about, will make it that much better. Well, you gotta alleviate that. You know what I mean? If you telling me, if you telling me you feeling like how you feeling all the time, right? Every night. You're feeling like that. Nobody else is. Not to say that in any type of way other than just it's personal to you. And it's what you hold on to. And you can reach the root to like the root of whatever it is. You get what I'm saying? It's the same thing what I was talking about earlier with the sowing and the reaping or whatever. Whatever you've been sold into reality or whatever, it's causing you to feel the form of depression that you feeling or whatever, but you still the cause of it is what I'm getting at. And then we have clowns, really bots for real. We get rid of them. Uh, Mental technology. The great revolution today is the dawn of what I call mental technology. Mental technology is going to change our world. Right now, mental technology is changing our world, and here at the start of the new millennium, mental technology is going to be our most important tool. It already is. We already know that. Hold on, give me a second. Let me go down here. What you say? Life and death are in tongues. Yeah, for real, for real. You definitely got to. If not, ignorance is no excuse. Okay, right here it's talking about what laws are basically. Laws is an unchanging principle. We always talk about laws. Okay, laws is an unchanging principle. What is a law? Law is a principle or what we could describe or what we could say as a description of an impersonal phenomenon. Webster's Dictionary of the English Languages defines the law of science as a statement or relation or sequence of a phenomenon invariable under the same conditions. In other words, a law is an impersonal sequence of events that is not dependent on the person or persons or like people in that sequence of events. Okay, just finna get some examples now. Uh, Now I remember I always tell y'all it don't matter how you feel about gravity because some people be like, well, it ain't no gravity. Some people be like it is. That we ain't gonna argue. Some things we just ain't gotta talk about. You know what I'm saying? The law of gravity is an impersonal law, and it is always operating according to this law. If a person jumps off a 10-story building, he or she will immediately fall. There are no exceptions to this law or principle. It doesn't matter if you are a president of the United States, a cashier, a famous pop star. It doesn't matter if you're having a good day or a bad day. It doesn't matter if it's night or dark. It don't matter what the weather is, right? It doesn't matter if it's Christmas or your birthday. The law is impersonal and operates regardless of the situation or the time of the year or the people involved. This means that the law doesn't stop working and it doesn't say, oh, I think I'll make an exception because little Mary has been a good little girl this week. I don't think she deserves to fall and hit the ground. No, it doesn't say that. It says since laws are impersonal, the issue of deserving doesn't it doesn't enter into the equation, right? So all of these like laws and every other law, because they're not gonna like we're not gonna discuss every single law. They don't have every single law, and this is only 69 pages, right? But the theme here is right. Remember, we was talking about the tetragrammaton or the tetragrammaton, right? Which just the sacred geometry of it really represents the fourth dimensional or the fourth dimension, right? Which is the mental plane. You get me? The mental plane, we're talking about the mind, right? And from the mental plane, it projects the third dimension, which, like I said, your in your subconscious mind or whatever, right? The deepest regions of your mind or whatever, you get your reality from that, basically. So your subconscious mind is projecting that, right? Now, people that don't get involved in what we get involved to, we take these concepts and aspects of our mind and we worship them as higher beings outside of ourselves. You get me? But and we feel like, oh, we don't deserve this or we do deserve this, things like that. Get what I'm talking about or whatever. You shouldn't have this type of feeling towards it. It's impersonal. It's going to keep on happening is what I'm getting at. It definitely is on a more higher science, but that doesn't even matter because it still exists in them. If a like that's why I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to make it more practical because that's what it is. If you take a word like the tetragrammaton or whatever, right? And that's a big old word, or that's the four letters, the four Hebrew letters or whatever to make God or ancient name or God, all the things that they're gonna say or whatever, right? But if we go to science, which is actually the like the spirituality or whatever, I'm talking about this alchemy that we're doing right here. On a practical sense, that's how you want to look at it, or whatever. It's literally your mind, basically. We can say the fourth dimension, but that's even too more to even be. You know what I'm saying? We'll be talking all day with that. If you just say it's aspects of your mind, and then you got to find because everybody's not gonna relate to the same thing. So then you got to find what do you call that other aspects. You know what I'm saying that you do resonate with or whatever. You know what I'm talking about that can help you unlock You know what I'm talking about? What lies dormant inside of you. And we're gonna reflect different things or whatever, we'll do different things, but in all reality, it'll be in harmony, we'll be in unison for real, for real. Um, Another important thing about a law, right, is that it is an operation whether you know it or not. The same thing we was talking about earlier about ignorance is no excuse. In other words, if you jump off a 10-story building, you are going to fall to the ground whether you know about the law or not. So again, you can't say after that. Obviously, even if you could, you can't just. It wouldn't matter. I didn't know I was going to fall if I jumped. The law doesn't take the law. The law doesn't take your personal level of awareness or preferences into consideration. It just operates a blind force of nature. Okay, certain things just happen out here. You get what I'm saying? And while we can become aware of it, we can just allow it to just happen to us. And if we're just, and I'm doing that with emphasis or whatever, with quotation marks or whatever. If we feeling like that or whatever, you feel I'm talking about, then that will be our reality, is what I'm getting at. Nothing is really just happening to us or whatever. Now we do have laws, like they say, forces in nature, whatever, that just happen or whatever, but nothing's never really happening to us, is what I'm getting at. The law of sowing and reaping, the law of cultivation of a plant, seeds, and harvesting a crop is another good example of a physical law. Every farmer knows if he plants potatoes, he's not going to get strawberries. He knows what type of seeds he plants determines the type of harvest he can expect. He knows if he plants cabbages, he ain't gonna get no roses, right? So he don't even expect that. He doesn't take this personally because he knows it's an impersonal law, right? So this is one thing. This is another thing to take into consideration when we going about life. You feel what I'm saying? So we don't have to end up in what we call depression and all that type of stuff. While we're gonna feel all of those things, we need to feel all those things. We need to experience all the things or whatever. But you don't take them personally. When you take them personally, whatever, you sit and sulk in it. You feel what I'm talking about? Then it lowers your vibration. Next thing you know, what's that saying we say? Misery loves company. You feel what I'm talking about? And it don't matter if you're a good person or a bad person, you have good intentions, you have ill intentions, or whatever. You feel what I'm talking about? You find yourself in that state of being or that state of mind. You don't want to be lonely for real, for real. You feel what I'm talking about? And that's not you're not taking nobody else's experience in consideration when you do things like that. You feel me? Um, the other important thing about a farmer, the other important thing a farmer knows is that in order to harvest a crop, he must plant something first. In other words, he can't harvest something from nothing. He must plant seeds first, which leads us to another law, the cause of laws, the law of cause and effect. Right? Just as a farmer knows he must plant a seed in order to harvest something. He also he also knows that nothing comes from nothing. In other words, a farmer doesn't expect to get nothing out of nothing. You know what I mean? There has to be something to produce something. You get me? Most of us that's here right now, whatever, right? We're the type of individuals that go out and do things or whatever. It might don't be what we actually want or whatever, but just like this, right? You have to put a certain type of cause in. You have to be enough type of cause. You feel me? You have to be enough cause to get a certain type of effect. But that's the science. Something's gonna happen regardless. You get what I'm saying? And well, I ain't even gonna say I'm gonna let this explain or whatever. So I don't even confuse nobody. But hold on. We call this law the law of cause and effect. The law of cause and effect says you cannot have an effect without a cause. If you want to harvest radishes, you must plant radish seeds. You cannot harvest radishes from thin air. There must be a cause to have an effect. Another important aspect of this law is that the law the effect always has characteristics of the cause, right? In other words, the effect is the result of the cause. So a farmer knows that if he harvests radishes, you see what I'm saying, he must have planted radishes. You get what I'm saying? A farmer doesn't go around saying the reason I'm harvesting radishes is because I planted strawberries. No. Okay, so what am I really saying when I say that right there? Um 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 You got people that be like, oh, it's so much negativity. It's so much this. Or I'm not even going to say in the world. It's people that portray their life as if nothing's never like negative happening or unpleasurable, whatever, however you want to put it. know that both of these polarities are supposed to exist, but people take it personally or whatever. So they all of this is happening, they project it onto other individuals or other groups and like that or whatever, right? But don't look at the root of the issue. What are you putting out? What are you putting out, or what are you doing to alter that? You get what I'm saying? Nobody never think about that. You know what I'm saying? It's everybody else's problem, or the devil, or these people, or that person, that individual. Nah, you feel what I'm talking about? Yeah, everybody has some form of hand in it, but what I'm getting at, we plant all the seeds. We plant all the seeds. So everything that's happening in our reality, we plant all the seeds, right? So however it grows, however it fruits, or whatever it does to us, for us, or against us, we have an effect in it. You feel what I'm talking about? We stand in the middle of it, and it comes from us. Um, where are we at? In other words, we can determine the nature of the cause by examining the effect because we know that they must have the same characteristics. Another good example of a basic law or a principle that most people are familiar with is the law of color. Everyone who has been to art school knows that there's a color that governs law, or there's a law that governs color. I'm dyslexic, so don't you know what I'm saying? Um, when for example you mix blue and yellow, you always get green. Again, it doesn't matter who you are or whether you're having a good or bad day. When you mix blue and yellow, the result is green. You're not gonna get red no matter who you are or what you do. Right? It says again, this is because the law governing the color. The law governing the color spectrum is an impersonal physical phenomenon. It is it is something that is always true and was always true. It's not something that suddenly just went into operation just because you started going to art school, which brings us to another point, right? The laws have existed basically. Obviously, I don't think we would be having this conversation if they did, right? But watch this. Say physical laws. Now hold on. I will make a disclaimer, right? Before I even get into this, we gotta look at this with an esoteric mind. So we gotta read between the lines, literally, for real. You know what I mean? Because when they tell you about the ancients and what they're gonna say and all that stuff, or whatever, we gotta understand what the ancients was doing as opposed to what we were doing. And I'll explain. Well, anyways, physical laws such as those described above have existed or have always existed. They didn't just suddenly appear and began operating because someone discovered them. The people who lived in the ancient Babylon 50 or 4,500 years ago could have had cell phones and computers at a time because the physical laws upon which our modern technology is based were in existence then too. See, but they're gonna go off and tell you that we didn't have that, or they didn't have that back then or whatever. But it's a ton of hieroglyphics showing and proving that we had that. Electricity, all types of different devices, flying devices, mobile devices, all types of things, whatever. And I was literally just having this conversation. I was just feeling like if we go in like 1,000 years in the future, people ain't going if it continues to go how it's going right now, people ain't gonna believe that what we're doing right now and how we're able to communicate or whatever with the technology. They're not gonna believe we had that. But I only say that because we don't believe half of the things that we had back in the day. So it just makes sense to me. Elijah Muhammad said you gotta know where you came from and know where you're going. I know where we coming from right now. You feel what I'm saying? So if we keep on going in this route, and I'm not talking about the positive route, I'm talking about where we had just came from. You know what I'm talking about or whatever. It'll continue to happen. It said the only difference between today and the time of Babylonians is that apparently the people who lived then did not know about these laws, right? They gon' contradict themselves later. Watch this. Because if they did, they would have had computers and cell phones. They only base it off the technology that we have right now. You get me? Understanding this entire book is based upon what do you call that? Mental laws, right? Mental laws. And if it ever gets to the point, like I said, it's only 69 pages. But if it gets to the point of telepathy and telepathic communications or whatever, what is that? You get what I'm saying? So just think about how we did things based upon then and now, is what I'm getting at. It said, but just because they were unaware of the laws governing the physical phenomenon, this doesn't mean that these laws didn't exist at that time. It said, let's take another example. The phenomenon we call electricity, according to Webster's dictionary of the English language, electricity is the fundamental physical agency caused by the presence of motions of electrons, protons, and other charged particles manifesting itself as attraction, repulsion, luminous and heating effects, and the like. This phenomenon, or this physical phenomenon, has always existed. But since the Babylonians, notice how they're only talking about the Babylonians, but that's besides. But since the Babylon, but I feel like they did too, because we got to understand who they were. You feel what I'm talking about? But anyways, but since the Babylonians didn't have electricity, right? We can also presume that they were unaware even though it was there. See, this is the crazy thing. All ancient societies that had pyramids or whatever, right? They have to have had electricity, right? The ancient Egyptians pyramid is it's not made. It don't look. I hope y'all don't think it looked like how it's like how they portraying it right now, like dusty like that. No, when it was made, how it was like when it was erected, made how it was supposed to made, and fully let's say fully in this what do you call that? Whatever. When it was 100%, when it was at 100%, it was made out of limestone, right? With a gold tip. There was water surrounding that. That's electricity. That's electrical conductor. Now you will have multiple people that'll be like, oh well, we done this with it. We went there, we did that. You gotta understand what that word poly means. It means many. So you explain it in many different ways. It comes in many different ways. It shows in many different ways. It has many different functions. That's just what we do. You get what I'm saying? We have to understand that our technology was organic and biological. So it came out of us, right? And the nature around us we're connected to, so we were able to utilize that as well. The only difference is, right? The only difference is they are making artificial, like, particles, nanoparticles, or whatever, and all that shit to create what they create now. As far as this, what do you call that? Artificial intelligence or whatever. You feel what I'm saying? But based upon our sciences, right? It was a more natural process, is what I'm saying. Let me get some water. Hold on. But they'll tell you. They'll tell you on the way. You gotta understand. Where we at? It said, and since they were unaware of it, they could not harness it and direct it to their advantage. Right? Watch what they say right here. And then you just tell me what you think. We had to have great geniuses like Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Edison, who could describe the phenomenon and then explain how to utilize it before mankind could begin to direct this force of nature for everyone's benefit. The same is true of the mental laws. Now, they playing with y'all when they tell y'all that. You feel what I'm saying? They playing. They playing. We're not going to have all of these ancient societies build all of this stuff and do all these great things and bring all of this civilization to humanity, to the planet. And then they're going to say that because they regular men. We just going to say that. Two regular men that were actually Freemasons. But we're not even going to get involved in that, right? So they understood something. You get what I'm talking about? But where did it come from? You get me? But they going to say we needed them. Get out of here. Just as there are physical laws that describe and govern the behavior of the physical phenomenon, so there are mental laws that describe and govern the behavior of the mental phenomenon. Excuse me. Simply because most human beings are not yet aware of these mental laws and how they operate does not mean that they don't exist. Mental laws do exist. And since they exist, they must be existing and operating right here, right now, whether you're aware of them or not. And not only that, since they are laws, they must have always existed. Throughout history, there have been people who have known about these laws. Now listen, That's what I meant by that. That's what I was talking about when I said they was going to explain it on their own. You feel I'm talking about? A lot of these mental laws, if not all of them, for real. When we talk about mental laws, we talking about the thing that comes before the physical reality. You know what I'm saying? So the phenomenon that came before the physical phenomenon, right? That's why they say mental, obviously. So it's the dark place, it's the darkness. You go back inside, you close your eyes, you meditate. It's this. You feel what I'm saying? It's the place of manifestation. And then you get to witness it here and have your experience here or whatever, right? But it's the inner workings, the mental. You get what I'm saying? So electricity, nature, the animal, all of that stuff has a play on this, or has a part with that, or connection to that. You get what I'm talking about? How would they tell you? How can they tell you that we had no ability back in the day to harness it? We wasn't aware of that, but we like it was people that was aware of this throughout history. That's what they mean. Those scientists or whatever, we had scientists, we had alchemists, sorcerers. You feel what I'm saying? That's what we had back in the day. Wiccans and warlocks. That's what we had. In later day, y'all do what y'all do to them. That's cool, but you know what I'm saying. For the ones that want to be more presentable, they call themselves scientists. Um, in fact, the study of metaphysics, as well as much philosophy and religion, is an attempt to explore and describe these mental laws. Remember, I said metaphysics is just like we know what metaphysics is. It's explaining beyond the physical. Okay, so you could be a metaphysician, but a metaphysician is different from an occultist. An occultist is the alchemist, right? The alchemist isn't just trying to change lead to gold. No, the alchemist is taking his soul and raising it to the highest point of self. The true scientist. You get what I'm talking about? That's what an occultist is. Occult, right? Just means hidden nature or hidden culture. You feel what I'm talking about? So based upon an occultist meditating, um, taking that journey. You feel what I'm talking about? Going through the trials and tribulations, detoxing himself, herself, or whatever, doing the chakras, doing all this thing that we call spiritual. You feel what I'm saying? They base their experience and base the knowledge real based upon that. But a metaphysician will just read everything that we read right now and just say it's all real. We can't say that. We just reading right now, y'all. And if anybody takes this in or whatever and is able to utilize that, then you'd be like, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like I know that to be facts. How do you know if it's just facts if it's just, you know what I'm saying? That's not what it is. You feel me? Knowledge is supposed to challenge you. If it doesn't challenge you, you just sit there and agree with it, then you won't utilize it. That's the thing. One thing, however, is quite certain. The study of mental laws is not yet taught in our schools anywhere in the world. It's a lie. It's just not taught here in the Western Hemisphere. But, right? But it soon will be, they say. And then when this happens, the mental we ain't even gonna talk about that, right? Okay. Give me 1 second. The other thing about the discovery of mental laws is that once we recognize their existence, we can start using them, right? The laws governing electricity had to be discovered before this power could be directed for the benefit of mankind. The same goes for mental laws. These laws must be recognized and understood before we can harness this power for the benefit of all mankind. Once we do understand these laws, we will have access to what I call mental technology. Other terms is the mental elemental essence. You feel what I'm saying? Which is just when they be like clear your mind, you don't clear your mind because the mind is always thinking. But when you can sit there and meditate and you can become observant of the thoughts that come into your mind, the one that is observant, that's what we're talking about here. This application of mental laws is what I call mental technology. You can compare understanding and applying mental laws to having the right software for your hardware. As you know it, it doesn't much do good to have a fancy computer and put it on your or buy a fancy computer, put it on your desk, and then make a high tech piece of equipment work for you. You must have the right software in order to have it work for you. In other words, right? Hardware without software is pretty useless. If we apply this analogy to you, you can say that your hardware is your mind, right? Now everyone has a mind, but before you or anyone else can use your mind effectively, right, and harness its power for your own and other people's benefit, you must have the right software. Understanding mental laws is this software. With this knowledge in hand, you will be able to run your mind. In other words, you will be in charge and you will be able to direct the power of your mind in any way you want. Okay? That was a mouthful. Nothing. At present, right? Not many people have the necessary software, i.e., understanding the mental laws, which is required to make their hardware, their minds work for them. Okay, so now we're gonna go back. We're not going back, but it's going back. We're going back to the what do you call that? The first law they say, which is you know said it's just how they numbered it though. The law of cause and effect. Thought is the cause, events are the effect. Right? Our thoughts are creating our reality, not vice versa. This is the most fundamental of all mental laws. This is the law that the wise have forever proclaimed. And why is this so? Just as no scientist can explain why physical laws such as the law of gravity exist, so can no one explain why mental laws exist. All laws, both mental and physical, have been discovered by means of observation. Meaning you only really observing things for real, for however you really want to put it. We could say it 1,000 different ways. You see what I'm talking about? In other words, by observing how phenomena behave, right, this holds true for both mental and physical laws. We learn of their existence by watching the ways in which the world around us manifests itself. Thus, the wise have discovered by observation that thought is the cause and events are the effect. It's almost like in a movie when something happened and you see like a shadow casting on a big old city or whatever, you feel what I'm talking about? And that shadow is telling you what's about to come. You feel what I'm talking about? But the darkness or whatever you feel what I'm talking about can be looked at as your mind, as well as your shadow side. Most people think the external world is an objective reality which exists outside of and separate from them. As a result of this belief, many people think they are victims of external events and circumstances that are beyond their control. But this is not the case. Like I've been saying, right? So-called external events are an effect of a cause, and that cause is thought, right? Remember, when we explain physical thought or physical laws, we found that it is, when we examine physical laws, we found that it is impossible to have an effect without a cause. In other words, no event or phenomenon can occur without a cause, right? Thus, for anything to exist in the physical world, it must come from somewhere. If you are unsure about this, you must ask yourself again and again, where do things come from? Where does anything come from? What is the cause of anything, right? And of everything you see and experience. Everything and anything must come from somewhere, right? Everything, be it a bridge, an argument, a song, a war, a house, must be the result of something, and that something is thought. Thought is the first cause. All this stuff is mental. Point blank, it don't stop. The physical is literally just an experience. It's literally like playing a video game. Probably for people that like playing video games, they'd be like, man, I want one of the virtual reality games or whatever. You already in it. It's busting, ain't it? Because you only got one life. You feel me? What were we at? The thought is the, no. Thought is the cause of all events we experience in the world in which we live in. Please think this through carefully until you determine the truth of this law for yourself. All the greatest thinkers and teachers who have walked this earth have taught of the law of cause and effect, right? The sum total of all great metaphysical teaching sayings, the same very thing. Thought is cause, right? So that's outer events and experiences are, and you say outer events and experiences are effects. Thought is cause, outer events and experiences are effects. This is what the ancients thought. This is what the ancients thought. So it's not a bad thing when somebody be like, get your mind together, get your thoughts in order. You know what I'm talking about? You might think it's not important when somebody be like, hey man, you get your mind together. You know what I'm talking about? You know, stop thinking about that and this, that, and the third. You know, or somebody said earlier, words is powerful or whatever. But words got to come from somewhere. You thought about saying this before you put that off into the ethers. You know what I'm saying? And the more and more you think about it, the more power you give it to. You know what I'm saying? The more power you give to it. Like the egregores. The egregores is a Greek word for, what do you call that? A Greek term for thought form. You know what I mean? It's like say all of us right now, we was like on some like love and peace stuff, right? You feel what I'm saying? And then we just created an entity that was just like that or whatever. And all of our energy, all of our thoughts going towards that or whatever, it will literally manifest. You feel what I'm talking about? Itself in the what do you call that? In the astral, right? And based upon the symbolism that we utilize to create this thing or whatever, and to enhance the power of it or whatever, it will continue to exist off of the energy that we feed it. You know, not saying that everything out here is an egregore, but you know that word has been around. I'm gonna get back into the book too. Y'all gotta give me a second. I gotta handle this business, and it's cold in here now. Man, I'll be freezing to death. Oh man. Where we at? Oh, this is the most important and most fundamental of all laws. You have to say that. We can also look at this from 2 points of view, right? From the point of view of the absolute and from our own personal point of view. Let's start from the absolute. The absolute. Contemplating the absolute means contemplating the one creative force, right? That is the first cause of everything that exists. Sometimes they be calling this the monad, right? It says when we do this, we discover that we know about we discover when we do this, we discover that all we know about reality is that it is a consciousness or awareness. It says, so we can also call the absolute this consciousness or awareness, the universal mind. Okay? When we discover that reality is consciousness or awareness, it follows logically that we ask ourselves, what does consciousness do? Right? When we ask this question, we discover that one of the things that the consciousness or mind can do is think. Thinking is a natural activity of the mind. And while this sounds crazy, right? Maybe you have to hear it in order to get like, I already do this. You know what I'm saying? What is that? What's that book called? The Kabbalion by the Three Initiates. They say the mind is all. The universe is mental. The mind is all. That's what they mean right here. It means it can think, right? It means it can think, and we got a universal mind when they talk about a universal consciousness. That's cool, but each and every one of you personally have your own, which is connected to this absolute. You get what I'm talking about? So that means you can funnel infinite amount of knowledge, energy, abundance, healing power. You feel I'm talking about? Whatever you want. You get what I'm talking about from this, which in actuality is yourself. You know what I mean? You don't need to really pretty much do too much of nothing. You know what I'm saying? But think, right? I would say, become aware. You know what I'm saying? But think. Too many people telling you what to do and how to do it and all that stuff, whatever. But most of the things that we need to do to get us to where we really want to be, we already been doing. We already been doing it. Why am I still cold? Hold on. Okay. From this, we can then deduce that since the one creative force or first cause is consciousness and that consciousness thinks, we see that all of creation must be thought. All of creation must be thoughts in one universal mind. Thus, we arrive at the conclusion that our world and all of the worlds and all of the universes, everything we see must be thoughts in the one universal mind that is creating, animating, and sustaining all of creation. So everybody right now has, what do you call that? If you in a group and you sectarian, everybody has a name of what their what their deity is, the most high, and yada 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 and all that stuff, whatever, right? And everybody has real good information for real. But it's kind of scary when you give me the information, like basically I gotta join your group, when in actuality you're supposed to be saving me. If you coming to save me, because we were just in a group, we was just getting beat down for years, as they say, right? Getting beat down for years in another group. You gotta really give people their power back for real, for real. You know what I'm talking about? The power is in the mind. The power is in the heart. The power is within. You feel what I'm talking about? But most of the time, you know, if if a deity has a name and you don't understand the name, because most times it's just a title, or whatever. You don't understand the what do you call that? The energy behind it, symbolism, and all that stuff, whatever. You're gonna go off and worship that thing, whatever it is, he or she. You know what I'm saying? How we was taught. You know what I'm talking about? The best thing we can do is get to the fundamental things. Fundamental things is understanding thyself. You know what I'm saying? Understanding thyself first before you tap into any one of these different systems or spirits or anything like that or whatever, which they all exist inside of you. But if you don't watch this. If you got a socket in the house, right, and it's a little baby one walking around or whatever, right, with a fork in their hand, you feel what I'm saying? And they buy the socket. We know the baby don't even know what they doing. The baby not even probably gonna go to the socket or whatever, but we already know. We know that we don't use the socket like that. You feel what I'm talking about? So we gonna take it away from the baby. You feel what I'm talking about? In order to keep them safe. You feel what I'm saying? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. These are different energies. These are different consciousness. It's cosmic. If I'm talking about it's more advanced, yes. You feel what I'm talking about? But even still, people that came up with miraculous ways to create, I guess, different seals or whatever. Because all it is a tool, basically. You know what I'm talking about? It's a tool. If the mind, the mental is a vehicle, and you are the one riding it, operating it, the mental elemental essence, you're operating it, the soul, right? Um, you have many different tools or functions within this vehicle. You get what I'm talking about? That's gonna make it operate properly. You feel what I'm saying? You ask, what do you mean operate properly? I mean, like, when you felt like, probably a few years ago, or however it took for you to become aware of who you was now, um, however long it took, to get to this point. Give me 1 second. I'm rolling this blunt. However long it took you to get to this point, you just felt like for so long you was just thinking life was just perfect, or life probably wasn't. You know what I mean? But you wasn't aware that you had the power to change that. Is what I'm getting at. You know what I'm saying? So, but in order to do that, you gotta go inside yourself. You have to heal yourself. You feel what I'm talking about? You have to embrace yourself. You have to love yourself. You have to do a whole lot of what do you call that, self reflection. You feel what I'm talking about? That's what I mean by getting yourself together. Not just like, oh, I got a job, I'm decent, I'm eating or whatever, yada yada yada. Stop eating for a second. Some, you know what I'm saying? Fast, fast your mind. Because most people be like fast and they just be thinking it's just eating. No, if you fast, you shouldn't watch TV, you shouldn't text, you shouldn't watch You shouldn't talk to anybody. None of that. That like you really fasting for real. I mean, it's multiple ways, but I'm saying it's you don't want to take nothing in for real. For real. Not saying don't go outside. You definitely want to go outside, but you know, it's more of a detox. You get me? Let me get back to this book in a second. Give me 1 second, y'all. Why was I just struggling? Where was I at? Where was I at? Okay. The one is the absolute reality in which we live and move and have our being, right? This is the grand truth of which the wise so often speak. Excuse me. And of course, our little thoughts, the thoughts in our individual minds, or you could say, the ways in which we are using the one mind, right? Remember, they say Osiris was broke up into many different pieces, or the one cosmic all or whatever broke itself up or whatever, and it's experiencing itself. It couldn't experience itself outside, like in itself or whatever. So this is a way to do it, basically. You know what I'm talking about? Um, or you could say or you could say the ways in which you are using the one mind cannot change or influence the absolute reality in which we live and move and have our being. The personal. Now we're going to the personal reality. What shape do you think the Earth is? To be honest with you, I don't really have like a personal opinion on that for real. For real. Um, it's a few people, like both sides. One side say the Earth is flat. One say the Earth is round or whatever. But I'll tell you the truth. None of that None of that will get you and I, or neither one of those groups, to the absolute truth that we are all seeking in our heart for real, for real. See, me and you and the rest of us probably have a better understanding of that or whatever, because we're not arguing about that. You know what I'm talking about? Regardless of what you think, you can feel like it is, because I'll tell you this. There's also been ways explained to where how it's basically both, and maybe not even that. You know what I'm saying? So it's really too much to think about for real, for real. You know what I mean? But I personally would say this: if you have had an experience, I don't care if it's subjective. If you had an experience and you went inside of yourself or whatever, you feel I'm talking about, whatever, I stand with you more on that than what you would get out of a book. You get what I'm talking about? But personally, that's not my opinion either, though. You feel me? That shouldn't even matter, though. You know what I'm talking about? It says the personal. But in terms of our personal experience of this absolute reality, well, that's a different story, they say. It said, here again, thought is the causative fact. I don't know if I said that, but I don't care. It said causative factor. It says causative factor. But in terms of our individual lives, right, our thoughts are only determining our experience of this greater reality. Our thoughts cannot change the absolute reality, it says, but as we discover through observation, our thoughts outline, right, or limit the one absolute reality and make it into our own experience, or make it into our experience of a reality. Basically, an illusion. It makes it look like it make it look like you doing it, but it's just happening. Um. So what we think is what is what. So what we think is what we experience, right? In other words, in our personal lives, right, we also find that thought is the cause. Here's an example of what I mean. Our experience of our bodies is caused or determined by our own personal thinking processes and personal thoughts, right? This is why our individual thoughts seem to influence or create our health and general welfare, right? Thus, negative Negative limiting thoughts as to our true nature and the life force within us, right, tend to limit the expression of this life force in our experience, while positive and constructive thoughts, right, as to our true nature and what do you call that, the life force within us, right, tend to allow for the free expression of life in our lives. Regardless of what we think, the life force does not change. The life force is still it is still the life force. In other words, our thinking cannot influence the absolute nature of reality. So the absolute nature of reality, you know what I'm talking about? Watch this. Let's like take away everything. We going all the way back. We ain't gonna go that deep, but we going all the way back. The absolute reality, everything when we talking about this absolute from the personal, we just gonna go to the absolute or whatever. We just gonna go to like your soul. When they say your soul is sleeping or whatever, right? It's that innocent being inside of you. Or when the spiritual healers be like, you gotta heal that inner child in you or whatever. The child is innocent. The child is the powerful one or whatever. The child is the one that does the childish things that you joyfully partake in, but you tend to hide because society said that's shameful or you shouldn't do it and that's wrong or whatever. You feel what I'm talking about? But in your personal life, you know what I'm saying, in your private life, you're going to do it or whatever, and it makes you happy, but it doesn't fulfill you for real, you feel what I'm talking about, because you're not able to express that out on the outside or whatever. So, but this absolute force or whatever, you feel what I'm talking about, just like the actual absolute force, your soul. So your soul is just there. It just exists. It just is what it is. It's just the essence. Okay? And you got many other what they call thoughts or whatever, or different lives or different spirits or whatever, different forms of consciousnesses that you can exist on. You feel what I'm talking about? To have this experience of what you truly are. Because in your absolute or in your purest form, what they say the primeval waters, you can't experience yourself. You feel what I'm talking about? How you actually are. Like that everything is just is. They call it chaos. Everything happening all at once. Or when you go into the DNA or the core, whatever they call it the nucleus, right? That's on this side, like creation. It has a lot of order in it. You see what's going on, right? But in the light side of you, which is like the prokaryotic cell, so it's different. There's eukaryotic, which is a multi-cell organism, and it's a single-cell organism, which you are too. You feel what I'm talking about? Prokaryotic cell. In the core of that, you have a nucleoid, which is like it's like yarn, like a ball of yarn. Everything is everywhere, but that's where the DNA is at, and it's chaotic. So what I'm getting at is all the information is everywhere, but you're able to experience it though. You're able to experience it, comprehend it, and have that. You know what I'm talking about? The reason why you feel like you can't is because society said that anything that was chaos or chaotic or whatever, you feel what I'm talking about, is evil and all that stuff. And they give you pictures and put frequencies or whatever to make you feel scared and anything else. And you got different association with that. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the mind. We talk about the mind. All right, where was I at? Um, uh, Thus, our thoughts are the cause of all of our experiences. Thus, our thoughts determine our personal realities. Okay? So we see that thought is the cause, external or internal or external or outer events are the effect. Thought is the cause, external or outer events are the effect. Man, I think a mosquito bit me, man. I'm about to scratch my leg off. This is the most important, most fundamental of all mental laws. I don't know if this is a theme. They're going to keep saying this. They better not. If you understand this one, right? If you understand this one law and realize its significance, this understanding will totally transform your life. Once you learn to understand this law, once you have tested this and proven this to yourself, right? That it is true beyond a shadow of a doubt, you will have the mental technology you need to drastically and dramatically alter your life for the better. Okay? I think that's decent. I think that's decent because, like I said, it give you, like right there, it gave you a better understanding. What I was just saying earlier about the occultists or whatever, they just said once you test this to prove to yourself, you're not trying to prove to nobody else. Most individuals are trying to learn something. You feel what I'm talking about? Anything, it doesn't even matter. It's not even true to their heart, so they're not pure heart with it. You get what I'm saying? Just to give back to individuals that probably not even worried about that. You know what I'm saying? Most of us are having this experience, literally, are having this experience, is not utilizing this information as a form of, you know, what you see on TV, like reality shows or whatever. You feel what I'm talking about? That's truly what they making this into be. This is actual information that can transform one's lives. You know what I'm saying? Which, if you call to this information, that means you have the ability to see the deterioration in the world around you. You feel what I'm talking about? You can see all of that. You can see the negativity, the negative beings, meaning like the low vibrating beings around. You feel what I'm talking about? The parasite. You can see all of that. You see the corruption and all that stuff or whatever. So, you know, this quote unquote path done sent you to, I guess, heal yourself and get yourself together. You feel what I'm saying? But most of us, right, we want to learn something to tell the next individual. It's not about that, because watch this, you have to truly learn it. You have to truly understand it. You feel what I'm talking about? Make a subconscious impact, a conscious subconscious impact. So that means you actively done it. You get what I'm saying? And when we talking about the conscious mind, right? You know how we talk about the ego and all of that? The ego is a part of the conscious mind. The ego sits center of the conscious mind. You feel what I'm talking about? And all of your true thoughts and who you truly are, like the essence of who you are, and your instincts and your memories and all that stuff or whatever, sits inside of your subconscious mind, right? And the filter is the ego. So nothing of which that can help you progress in life truly, spiritually, and evolve for real, will get taken in by the ego unless you do things to unlearn and relearn. You get what I'm talking about? We was taught a different way, so we gotta reprogram our minds. Is what I'm getting at. However, what you want to. You feel what I'm saying? It ain't about what I'm saying. It's about what you want. But because so many people distracting us, telling us who we are, where we gonna go, how we gotta do things, we don't really know what we want. We just know this sounds good, and this person must be for me. You feel what I'm talking about? Nah, it don't matter if they help you or not. The thing is, nobody can truly help you like that. You feel what I'm saying? It's about knowing thyself. Knowing thyself, I can do anything. I can help myself. But the type of help I'm talking about, true spiritual healing, what we really need. I'm not saying that again. The law of free will. You know, most religions, even though they talk about it, they don't even allow you to have free will for real. The ones that tell you you got it or whatever, right? It's a whole bunch of what do you call that? It's a whole bunch of restrictions. So basically, you ain't got it. Then the ones that say you do got it tell you you shouldn't have it. You shouldn't have it. You shouldn't be dealing with it. Ain't that crazy? I'm talking about the one you would probably be rocking with. So wow. You are the only thinker in your mind. Ooh, what they mean? Y'all, this a movie, y'all, and we all watching it together. Once you know and understand that thought is the causative factor, right? That thought is the only reason or cause behind everything you experience, you will understand why it is so important to learn to think correctly. Ooh. I feel like I'm targeted here. You are the only thinker in your mind, which means that no one else can think for you. Ooh. We do know that, right? Nobody can think for you. And before you be like, I know that, I think for myself, yada, 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 yada. When you watching something, right, you focused or whatever, and these same ads keep coming up that you're not paying attention to, but subliminally they coming to you or whatever, and really it's telling you to go buy things or whatever, like go buy it or whatever, and you find yourself buying this, you don't realize why, or you suddenly get an urge to go do something or go do this or whatever. You feel what I'm saying? Ask yourself again, as you thinking correctly. This is the most wonderful discovery that anyone can ever make. It is the key to freedom, freeing one's dome, the high road, the high mind. They didn't say all of that. They just said to freedom and the high road. And if y'all want to know this book is the ten mental laws, and what do you call that? Mental technology by Barbara Berger. Um, your ability to choose what you're going to think about is what makes you a free individual. Okay, it says if you could not think for yourself, you would not be free. Now, I really think they dropping some gems right there for real, for real. You get me? So think about this. When because there'd be a lot of people that be like, nigga, we wasn't slaves, we probably was, none of that. It don't even matter. If you still mentally a slave, what that really mean? That's a person that can't think for themselves for real, for real. You know what I'm talking about? The movie and book, Serpent in the Rainbow. I don't want to get into details. They was basically making zombies, right? But that happened for real. What do I mean by making zombies? I don't mean by they was actually like taking people and they was come back from the dead. No, they had some type of like concoction that they used some fish, like a puffer fish or whatever, and some other things or whatever, and it turned it into a powder, and it made you so stiff to where people on like the doctors, the physicians on the Western Hemisphere, they wouldn't be able to tell if he was alive or not. And somebody can poke you in the eye with like a little needle and you could feel everything. You couldn't even cry. You feel what I'm talking about? You couldn't move. So if your eyes was open, you'd be seeing everything. If they was closed, you wouldn't be seeing nothing. You'd just be feeling everything. And what would happen is the individual that done it to that individual or whatever would come dig them up, because they would definitely bury them. You feel what I'm saying? They would come dig them up like 12 hours later or whatever, because it probably like last about 12 hours. And I don't know about the process afterwards or whatever, but basically what they was doing, they was turning them into slaves. But this is where the term zombie comes from, though. You know what I'm talking about? ZOMBI. This is where the term zombie comes from. It's not the Walking Dead or Night of the Living Dead. Those are actual vampires. I know it sounds crazy, right? But the oldest depictions of vampires or whatever is of a being coming from the, what do you call that, or like zombies or whatever and all that stuff with vampires coming out of the grave or whatever to come feast upon your flesh or whatever. Later day we have what do you call that, certain depictions of what you would call vampires that feasts on just blood and this, that, and third, but it's many different variations or whatever. But what we know to be a zombie, which I'm talking about, is actually a depiction of a vampire, basically. You know what I'm saying? Even werewolves, they associated. You be like, no, they not. Why is they always in the same movie or together always? That's not a coincidence. They associated. Hold on. No one else can think for, or no one else can get into your mind and think for you. Think about this, right? People can use force. People can use force on the outer plane, right, to coerce other people to do or say many things, but no one can get into another person's mind and think for them. Once you understand this, you will never again be able to, or you'll never be able to say you're thinking, well, you will never again be able to say you are thinking as you do because the government says you must, or because your husband says you must, or because your mother says you must. No, no matter what anyone says, you must do or say, you can still think whatever you choose to think. See, these like I just said, it's only 69 pages. We probably ain't gonna read all this for real, but this one I'm saying. It's really deeper than just this, right? This is the fundamentals. It's really deeper than this. It's a lot. So what they just talked about, right? I like how she just said that, the government and all that stuff, whatever. Okay, because some of us, we say this or whatever, right? And it's definitely some facts in that as far as they doing things. They have some type of technology or whatever. But we ain't even talking about them. We talking about us and what we got going on and what we able to do. You feel what I'm talking about? This is the thing right here. Because since we talking about thinking, think about this. While what we call the elite, while they probably do have some type of technology and form of technology that maybe is affecting us, right, in a way, right? They don't have what we truly feel like they have for real. Because the fear that we had is, oh, they gonna come in and do this. We know the fear. I don't want. They ain't finna come. What we say they ain't finna come do. That's the fear in us that we have for real. They ain't finna come do this. They ain't finna do what the band, or they gonna do this. That's a fear. You feel what I'm saying? If they had that for real, they would have been done. They would have been done it. Is what I'm getting at. They would have been done it, right? And we talking about something so simple as thinking, and all you gotta do is think correctly, because your soul is magnetic, right? And you want to attract all of the things. What they say, positive. Pod, I'm gonna say the positive and negative aspects, whatever you need. But it's whatever you need. You feel what I'm saying? That's the thing. Person gonna tell you, nah, you need to be doing this, you need to be doing that. Nah, you need to be doing whatever works for you. Because let's say some type of war was gonna go down, like right now. Let's say it started right now. What y'all gonna do? I know what I'm gonna do. What y'all gonna do? What you gonna do? That's the thing. Because afterwards, something happen right now. It will be the afterward effect when we meet up. The survivors. Who gonna survive? And I'm not talking based upon westernized laws, none of that stuff, whatever. See, because, well, like they said earlier, the ancients ain't have access to this, to that. They didn't to a lot of stuff. You know what I'm talking about? How we do it right now. Ain't nobody plugging nothing in to get no electricity or whatever. We use natural things. What they trying to do now, like with the waters and like the natural, what you call like the the windmills and all types of other things or whatever. Also, like nuclear generators. We had that. It even says that in the Bible. I ain't even gonna lie to you. It talks about that in the Bible. It talks about supposed to having specific garments. You feel what I'm talking about? To go inside certain temples or whatever. You feel what I'm talking about? Without basically, you know what I'm saying, dying. Because it was toxic. That's what they were talking about. It's talking about true alchemy for real, for real. It's just you gotta look at it that way. And I'm not saying you gotta look at it that way like, look, this the way. No. It's two ways. Like it's a duality in life. It's a positive, it's a negative. It's a mother and it's a father. It's a what do you call that? What do they say? They say agreeable or disagreeable. That's all it is. You know what I'm talking about? But both of those aspects have to exist. You feel me? So when you reading something, it's esoteric or exoteric. You got a way that you could be worshiping it, so you looking at it from outside yourself, or you could be looking at it from inside yourself. Either or, it don't matter. But whatever it is, don't try to infringe on nobody else. You know what I'm saying? Damn, where am I at? Oh, here I am. It says, in this fact, right, that no one else can think for you is the key to understanding the law of free will. Excuse me. Since you are the only thing in your mind, right, only you can decide where you're going to focus your attention on, right? This this choice of focus is your greatest privilege because it is your choice and it is your choice alone. No one else, no one else can make this choice for you. No matter what happens around you, no matter what anyone says, you and you alone choose the focus of your attention, right? Yeah, we can get distracted, but you and you alone have focus of your attention. And where you put your attention at, if I'm talking about, is where you place your intentions. You feel what I'm saying? And wherever you place your intentions, you feel what I'm talking about, you begin to attract whatever it is that you focusing on. You will understand the full significance of this law, the law of free will, when you combine it in the wing or the law of focus. Yeah, when you combine it with the next law, the law of focus. Hey, look, if I'm talking fast, y'all, my bad. My bad. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I ain't trying to, but I naturally do this. I be trying to slow down, but I had to say that because I know I'm talking fast. Hold on, give me 1 second. Oh, yeah, there I go. The law of focus. Whatever you focus your attention, whatever you focus your attention on grows. Whatever, that's crazy. Yeah, yes, yep. So yeah, it's hard. It's hard to be like, okay, well, I got this to focus on. I got that to focus on. Let me be the first person to tell you this. I'm an overthinker. Yeah, I love to overthink. Me and yeah, we definitely get married. But watch this. I'm working on not overthinking. It's a lot of things that I feel like I should be overthinking about in my life. But just practicing it, just practicing not overthinking or just not worrying about certain things or whatever. We just talking about this in specific. Um, Man, it really helps for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I don't know, like I think I was having like some health issues or maybe or whatever, and I don't know what's going on. See, but I don't like the doctor. I don't like the doctor at all. But I noticed that it was due to like some form of stress, but it was due to some form of stress and me overthinking. So I had to stop it. Yeah, it sounds crazy or whatever, but when you really going through a whole lot in life for real, you'd be like, nah, I ain't finna. Nah, I gotta handle this. I gotta handle that. You know what I'm talking about? It's things that I feel like I gotta handle in my life. You know, like real responsibilities. Like I don't go out and kick it. Never did that. I've never been that type of person. But you know, so some people be like, man, you gotta take a break. You gotta do this. You gotta do that. I do, and I know I do because when I did it, the effects, like the negative effects that I was having in my life, whatever, literally went away. And I just started noticing that a couple of days ago. Here again, you have the mental technology to radically alter your circumstances, your past, your future, and every aspect of your life. This law is another spectacular key to freedom because it says whatever you focus your attention on grows. This is a far reaching discovery since attention is actually energy. Yep. Your attention is actually energy. So that's why they say you got to put your intentions behind things when you do things. I knew we weren't even get into the altars, y'all. You knew we were supposed to be talking about altars today, but we ain't even talk about it. We ain't even get to that. Anyways, it means that you energize whatever you focus your attention on. Your attention brings life or creates out of the vast field of infinite energy or pure potentiality. Whatever experience you're focusing on, right? Remember I told y'all when they talk about in the Norse mythology, in the Egyptian mythology, what do you call that? The Bible, any of that, when they talk about it beginning in darkness or whatever, they're talking about the primeval darkness, the primordial darkness, or the unpolarized state of matter. You know what I'm talking about? Which is literally the great mother. You know what I'm talking about? The uncreated potential of everything. So this, they say, the pure potentiality. Whatever you experience, you're focusing on. Whatever experience you're focusing on, you pulling from that. You pulling from that when you think. When you think correctively. Nah, when you thinking period. Don't matter. Yeah, because it's happening. Another way of stating this law is my problems don't bother me if I don't think about them. Ooh. Or I'm so busy feeling good that I don't have time to feel bad. Right? It'd be something so simple as that. No, I don't want to hear that. I want to hear galactic whatever. You see what I'm talking about? Okay. But nigga don't really understand that. On this first glance, these two statements might sound ridiculous. But if you think about them, right, both contain vital truths about the way about the way the mind works, right? You are the consciousness and nothing else, or you are consciousness and nothing else. Ask yourself, do you exist, right? If you are not conscious, right, can you exist without consciousness? If you understand that you are consciousness, then it follows logically that that you must be and experience whatever you are thinking about. Hence, before I even go in, henceforth, when you dreaming or you in the astral plane, you feel I'm talking about, the dreamland or whatever, when you think about anything or whatever, it tends to happen for you. You feel what I'm saying? Because that's that's the faculties that realm is activating off of. While it still happens here, it just happens at a slower pace. You feel what I'm saying? Um, it says this also means that if you never focus your attention on something, yeah, on a so-called problem, for example, then the problem really doesn't exist for you, no matter what anybody else says. This is a great key to success in every area of life because it means that no matter what your situation is, you can change it by changing the focus of your attention. Thus, wise men and women understand how crucial it is to take control of their minds and focus their attention on objects or experiences of their own choosing, instead of being tossed around or influenced by outer circumstances and other people's opinions. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nobody tell you what God is for real, for real. Like, this God, this is our God, and this is what you got to worship, and all of this, whatever. None of that. No, man, sit back and study. You said you God, right? They come to tell you God every single day, but ain't nobody telling you, man, this your mind, man. And when I say ain't nobody telling you, I don't mean it like that. Because definitely, I know I ain't the only person talking about this. You get what I'm saying? But we need to stop telling each other, hey, stop worshiping what this group of individuals had us worshiping for the last thousand, and start worshiping this. You know what I'm saying? That's what we need to stop doing. That, that's right there. That don't work. That's kind of confusing, for real, for real. In actuality, it's kind of confusing. Examples. Choice is yours. In every situation, you can choose what to focus on. Let's take some examples. Ooh, see, I don't even know what they're finna say, but I know this is true. Just period. But yeah, I know this is true. I did this before. You have a pain in your shoulder, right? You can choose to focus on your shoulder, or you can choose to focus on the rest of your body, right? The 99.9% of your body which feels perfectly healthy and which is functioning perfectly, right? Since what you focus on grows, by focusing on your pain or by focusing on your health and strength, right? You energize your body and allow your immune system to heal whatever it is, and yeah, that's not in alignment with the focus of your attention, right? So you know how you stub your toe or something and it hurt, but you walk it off or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Start thinking about something else and it go away. But the times when you stub your toe and you just you sit there, whatever. The more time you sit there saying the more time it's hurting for real, for real. When you take it away, it's over with. Or when you meditate and you itchy and you be like, I'm not itchy. I ain't thinking about that. I'm thinking I gotta focus. You feel what I'm talking about? And next thing you know, I'm not itchy no more. My back ain't itchy no more, and none of this. You feel what I'm talking about? I'm just good. It's the same thing. And while we be like, man, that's simple, it is simple. You feel what I'm talking about? Why aren't you doing it? You feel me? The more and more you do it, the more strength you put into it. Now you a bodybuilder in the mind. You get what I'm saying? Your colleague is complaining about what he calls the tough assignment you are both working on. You can choose to agree with your colleague and focus your. Ooh, this another one. See, listen, me, I'm guilty of a lot, but this another one. You can choose to agree with your colleague and focus on how difficult the job is and moan and groan your way through the problem, through every problem you meet, or you can choose to focus your attention on the opportunities and challenges the project presents. for yourself, for your colleague, and for your company. It says, since whatever you focus on grows, your decision to focus your attention on the potential growth instead of the project's limitations will automatically reorient, reorient, reorientate the whole situation. Right? This is real. This is real. I've definitely listen, when I work jobs, see, because when I was locked up, I was a kid. So the first jobs I had was in jail. You feel what I'm saying? So I never really too much cared about like working like that. So when I did work, it do be a lot of people that be like, they be complaining about a lot of things or whatever. But the jobs I took, I liked them. Maybe that was just me. You feel what I'm saying? It was what I did. I was used to it. But when I didn't focus on certain things, you feel me? My whole work or my shift or whatever, it'd be decent. You feel what I'm saying? But if when you go to work and you get cool people or whatever, and they get to talking that, talking what they talking or whatever, and you allow that to influence you for real, you would damn near have a bad day. Man, what's going on 360? My dude in the building, man. Hey, 360 be dropping them bombs. He go live every day, y'all, for real. Y'all want information? Like, y'all want that hardcore information? Because I ain't giving hardcore information. Man, listen. Follow 360 Alchemist, for real. I ain't gonna lie to you. A close friend tells you that life on planet Earth is headed for disaster. Now, we all experience this. Have we not? Have we not? We talk about this all the time. How many times you talk about it's a disaster on Earth a day? How many times? Okay? Pollution, population growth, and greed are getting out of control, right? She sees nothing ahead but gloom and doom, right? You can choose to agree with her, and you can focus your attention on all the bad news you see on TV and read about in the newspapers or whatever, or you can choose to focus your attention on all the incredible breakthroughs mankind is making, on the wonderful opportunities the new technology is bringing us, yada yada yada. On a personal scale, you can look at what's going on in your life and how you make your life better. What are you utilizing to make your life better, as opposed to the actual deterioration? While that is going on, you feel I'm talking about. While that is going on, whatever. What is the news doing? What they doing? You feel we know now. We know what they doing. I'm just talking in this context of the book. What are they doing to help that? You get what I'm talking about? That's what I'm getting at. And remember, the earth and you and I, we're all connected. So if the earth is polluted and all that stuff, whatever, then that means we are too. You know what I'm saying? The population growth will be the parasite. The parasite is feeding off the earth in a negative way. You get what I'm talking about? That you have built up, you have accumulated inside of you, the earth have built up as well. You know what I'm talking about? So you have to go within and cleanse self before we can cleanse what we call the earth or planet Kai or whatever, you feel what I'm saying? That's what we got to do. You know what I'm saying? Because watch this. All we gonna do is help speed the process up of healing planet Kai. Once we get there, she gonna do what she gonna do regardless, right? So that means if you're not on the frequency that she's on, I'ma holler at you, baby. What they say? I'ma holler at you, baby. It's over with. However I gotta put it. It's over. You do understand you have to be within the realm of resonance. You know what I'm talking about? To be able to withstand the energy field. And the energy is rising. We know this because it's getting hot. How could you say that? Because when it's cold, right? When it's cold, things tend to freeze. Things tend to not want to do anything. The temperatures are low. You feel what I'm talking about? But when it's hot, what do you call that? Temperatures are high. You feel what I'm talking about? They raise. We get to move around. Our blood's flowing or whatever. We're doing things. The government, the news, they say it's chaotic. It's all that. It may be. Maybe you want to keep us cooped in. But hey, it just is what it is. We know what's going on. You're going to get a job interview. So you're going to a job interview, right? Wait. You are going to a job interview for your dream job. Since you really want this job, right? You naturally feel that a lot is riding on this one interview. Now, what do you choose to focus your attention on before this interview? Do you focus on how nervous you are? How important this interview is to you? How shy you feel about talking about your strengths? how difficult you find it to sell yourself, sell it to yourself, etc.? Or do you decide to focus your attention on how qualified you are for the job, or and on how enthusiastic you are or you feel about the job and the company? Now, listen, these are simple things that we're talking about right here, right? It's simple things or whatever. It's simple and it's practical, and I like that or whatever, because each and every one of us has been through this. And while we think that we're great and we are great, why do we tend to go through things like that or whatever? You feel what I'm talking? We'd be lying if you didn't what do you call that? Be honest with yourself. I'm not saying in specifically like it's a job, but how many times, right, do we go through these things? And this is what this is based upon, right? We go through these things because there's a narrative that you are supposed to fit, right? And if you have not dealt with the shadow, which is the side of you that doesn't fit the narrative of society, and it doesn't matter. You know what I'm talking about? It doesn't matter, because if we live in a world where we landed free or whatever, then you freedom of speech, express yourself freely. Yeah, we know how they get down. Okay, cool. We know how they get down. That's fine. But the only way you're gonna be able to find your power is to be able to express yourself. You know what I'm talking about? You can't have none of that power, because that's what it is. You can't have none of that power hidden on the inside of you. You gotta let it show. How you let it show? You express yourself. You know what I'm talking about? How is that powerful? An individual who is miserable, an individual who's vibrating low, who is lonely, who doesn't just have a care for life itself or whatever, right? Will never be able to be around you. You vibrating so high, you so happy, and unless you can get influenced, right? Unless they can manipulate your mind or whatever, that will make you lower your vibration or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? They're not gonna be around you. They're gonna move around. And it don't matter if they're friends. It don't matter if they family. It don't matter if it was a what do you call that? A homeless person, a person walking down the street or whatever. You know what I'm saying? When they see you, they're gonna move around. They're gonna move right around. Um, the focus of your attention before the interview not only energizes whatever you think about, it also determines in extent um, a large extent your behavior. It also determines to a large extent your behavior during the interview. In other words, whether you are relaxed and calm during the interview or nervous and tense, it will also determine how easy you will find it to communicate during the interview, a lot of which will obviously affect the outcome of the interview, i.e., whether or not you get the job. Period, man. So look, right? You ain't even got to be qualified. For real, look, you ain't got to be qualified. Fake it to make it. Change the way you think. You feel what I'm saying? Change the way you think. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. Uh, the law, the law of sponsoring thoughts. Your sponsoring thoughts determine your reality, right? What do they mean? Your belief patterns determine your experience, regardless. Because we have some people in here that will say this. That will say that belief is an assumption. I agree with you. But in the context of this book, your belief patterns determine your experience. It can be just your regular experience. It can be the experience based upon what you believe as far as the religious beliefs or um uh financial beliefs in the world, society, whatever, philosophy, things like that or whatever. The life you are living today is the result of your basic thoughts or opinions about this experience we call life. These basic thoughts, beliefs are your sponsoring thoughts. The thought patterns that define your relationship to everything that is happening in this experience we call life. Like the outline thoughts, basically. You see what I'm saying? By sponsoring thoughts, I do not mean passing fancies, whims, or you're changing ideas and opinions. So it's not that. It's not our like every like our everyday thing. So it says changing ideas and opinions about this and that. No. It says, I mean your most basic view or understanding of life, right? These are the ideas that underline everything you think and say and do, right? You could also say these are the most basic ideas about the nature of reality. You can say that because it's your reality. What I'm talking about? It's yours. And that's all we're talking about here. That's all we're dealing with here when we're dealing with something like this. Each person, every individual human being has his or her own unique spin or version of the nature of reality. This is why everyone, every single person is also living in his or her own special world, right? At this, it says, at first, right? It says this might sound strange to you, but once you have digested and understood the ideas in this book, you will understand why this is so. People have very different views of nature and of reality and or of this experience we call life. And as a result of that, they have very they say they have very different life experiences, right? But whatever life experiences they are, right? They are the outward manifestation of their sponsoring thoughts. Remember the first mental law, it says thought is the cause, events are the effects. So your influences, right? Peace. Whoever influenced you, right? Whoever influenced you, whatever influenced you in life or whatever, you feel I'm talking about, will create sponsoring thoughts. You feel I'm talking about? So okay, watch this. I think this is a good example. If I got on here and I said, you guys, the sky is actually, give me something the sky is yellow, you guys. You know what I'm talking about? We all know the sky is not yellow for sure. And it's based upon the nature, like not even nature, it's based upon how we was taught. And not even based upon how we was taught, but yeah, we could just say nature. You feel what I'm talking about? So if I just came up and just said that or whatever, no. But look, if my parents or whatever taught me all my life, man, the sky is yellow. It like the blue that we see is yellow. You feel what I'm talking about? I have a different underlying understanding of reality. You get what I'm saying? Where's my blunts? Peace. Man, I appreciate the love, y'all. I appreciate the love. One second. Throw that away. To illustrate what I mean by sponsoring thought patterns or basic ideas about the nature of reality, here are some examples. The bug. We talk about the bug, y'all. The bug. This is totally materialistic view. This is the totally materialistic view of the nature of reality. People with this view of life, right? So what they saying is this is how some people view reality or whatever. But this is how the bugs view reality. I'm assuming. You know what I'm talking about? So watch this. People with this view of life see the world as solely a material or physical phenomenon. Life or reality, right, is what they can perceive with their physical senses and nothing more. The bug. That's it. That's the bug, right? Hold on, what's going on? Peace. That's Dr. Mama right there, y'all. Where we at? Okay, yeah. There is no underlying cause behind this version of reality. It just appeared out of nowhere, right? Oh man, it's a book called The Law of One. Don't ask me who it's by because you literally can just look that book up and it's right there. But it's a good book. Man, listen, the book real good. I ain't gonna lie to you. But it talks about like different densities in consciousness or whatever. And I want to say the second density. So the second density of consciousness or whatever is what the insect lives on to where it don't know what's going on around itself, whatever. And I think it's saying the same thing for real. That's decent. Let me see. Let me see. Um, to people with this view, human life is the same as a life of an insect, right? There is no rhythm or reason for anything to happen, and no, there is no rhyme or reason for anything to happen, and and then often feel that life is totally a hazard, a haphazard. Um, to them, all of life and all experience is just a matter of luck. That's really that whole y'all just here, boom, we just existed. You feel what I'm talking about? So if that was like the real nature of reality, we wouldn't even be here having this conversation for real. Why is we even talking about? We wasting our time for real. If it ain't nothing, you know what I'm talking about? Basically, but nah. Uh, let me see. Some people get they kill them. Some people get squashed for no reason, while others are lucky and live long. Come on, man, get out of here, Joe. Um, it says it says, oh yeah, and live long happy bug lives. It says who the lucky ones are is completely beyond the control of the bug, the sufferer. Well, let me break this down real quick. I'm trying to multitask. You can't multitask when you got this what's it called? It's a Swisher Leaf. Mm-mm-mm. I'm trying to get surgical with this bitch, Jake. Like Denzel. I need the light though. I can't see nothing. What's going on here? Oh, I think I messed up. Almost. I got it. I got it. I'm there. I'm there. Sorry, y'all. I had to handle some business. I had to handle some business. I know where we at though. We had to suffer, right? We had to suffer. This is a dualistic view of life, they say, or the nature of reality. We're gonna get into it in a second. 1 second, I gotta worry about that. Listen, me, okay, talk about rituals, because we supposed to be talking about altars earlier. This is my ritual, y'all. Anything you do, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's that word? I don't want to say like sacred or whatever, because it's not really sacred or but anything you do a certain way all the time, whatever, man, that's ritualistic. You feel what I'm saying? I got a certain way how I roll up. Yeah, she look so shine. No, she said make sure it's them. Yeah, you already know. That's what I was just doing. I get this paper towel. So I do appreciate everybody that's tuning in tonight. Though I'm not even gonna lie to you. Um, yeah, I just appreciate y'all coming through. Dang. Now I gotta get surgical with the earth, y'all. I gotta get surgical with the earth element. I'm getting surgical. It's crazy how they like, I don't know. TikTok, you can't really get on here and do things how you want to do things. I don't like that. When I'll be on YouTube or Instagram, I can do whatever I want to do. You feel what I'm talking about? It's almost like when you go to when you go to your grandma's house, right, and you go back home to mom's house. You can't do nothing over mom's house. You feel what I'm saying? You go over grandma's house, I can do whatever I want to do over there. That's crazy, man. I tell you, they would tell me I was spoiled back then. I ain't gonna lie to you, but I wasn't though. Probably was for real. I ain't gonna lie. But I still was respectful though, so it don't even matter. I think I earned my spoil, the spoiledness that they was giving me. I think I earned that. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think I was respectful. I ain't gonna lie. But, you know how that be. I'm gonna take care of this now. Make this burrito, y'all. I got terminology for everything damn near. Man, y'all. So crazy. So crazy. Hey, have y'all seen yeah, the burrito. Have y'all seen those robots and that guy on TikTok? His name Rampage. Like he looked like him too. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like the black dude robot. He was like he was saying they cloned him, and I'm not gonna lie to you. He looked just like him. Like the clone version looks like the guy that's on TikTok. His name Rampage. Man, if y'all interested in that and y'all know anything about that, I think y'all should go tune into that because you never know what'll happen to that brother. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know what I'm saying? I done saved a few of his videos just because you never know. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking because they'll delete the video, they'll delete it. You know how you save them on your TikTok, but then you go back to your save videos and some of them be deleted. One of his videos that I saved was deleted, so I had to save it on my phone. You never know. Yeah, I don't really know him. I don't think he was like speaking or whatever, which that because that's how I would know him. But I had seen that video, or I think it was the Chargers or whatever, and they had the robots or whatever, and then they ended up like I knew they was like promoting the movie, but I looked further, so they was confirmed that or whatever. But then out of nowhere, it was a stitch of the guy, the Rampage guy. But I just recently found his page. Um, Well, so that's the name on there. So it's Rampage. But he's still talking about it though. So you just never know. I'm just saying, like, if they actually did clone him though, you gotta think about this. I want to say that game was in California. I want to say they cloned Tyrone was in California. It wasn't. It ended in California. I want to say that they had a lab, a biological lab that was shut down in California. And by I want to say, I'm saying all that transpired within the time of them releasing. They cloned Tyrone. All of it. You get me? And then next thing you know, we forget about that, and they got this other movie. I don't know, right? But now, while all of that stuff is important, it will none of that, none of it, none of it will truly, really matter for real, if we're not on a level of, I guess this right here. This don't mean what I'm saying. I'm talking about. All I'm saying is understand thyself. So whatever truly understand thyself is for you. You know what I'm saying? That will be the force that you utilize. You feel I'm talking about to combat with these what you call these quote unquote elites or whatever you want to call them. You know? Yeah. Hold on, let me get some more water first, and I'm back into it. Let's see, y'all. The sufferer. This is the dualistic view, or the dualistic view of life, or the nature of reality. Excuse me. With this view of life, yeah. No, people with this view of life focus their attention on the dualistic nature of experience. It's the sufferer, right? Some of us suffer. Some of us have to suffer. Maybe, maybe not. You never know. Just so just listen. uh, 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 People with this view of life focus their attention on the dualistic nature of experience, right? Everywhere they look, they see good and evil, darkness and light, love and hate, sickness and health, poverty and wealth, etc. A lot of times when you watch movies or whatever, you will see that individual that's always what we deem as negative. So when there's a lot of good stuff going on, they always got something negative to say. In the movies, they portray them as that negative individual, but sometimes they're the individual that's able to see the also the deterioration as well. Mind you, what we see as beautiful with this physical life or whatever is really not physical for real, for real. I mean, it's really not beautiful for real, for real. It's really an illusion for real, for real. It's an illusion that it's a projected illusion that is given, is coming from us to help us have an experience to understand certain things or whatever. It's not meant for us to fall in love with it and be like, oh yeah, I like this, that, and third or whatever. So that one individual that's able to sit in that and still have it, but be able to point out that, is, you know what I'm saying, point out the quote unquote, let's just say the quote unquote bad or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I feel like is this individual, because on the flip side, when you're suffering or whatever, that, like in the movies, you always have the individual when they suffer, they always trying to uplift. You be like, why is they doing this in the movie? You want them to be with everybody else that's suffering and stuff like that. Nah, no. So they be really telling you, you know what I'm saying, a few different things for real. But, you know, in this view, there is much suffering in life as human beings swing back and forth between a pair of opposites, right, from which there is no escape. Often, people with this view of nature, with this view of nature, the reality, believe that God has orchestrated this scenario, right? Some even believe that the difficulties they experience are punishment for the sins they have committed. Now you know who they talking about when they say that right there. But we discussing a whole, like, we're not discussing a whole lot, but we discussing many different viewpoints right now, right? So which one do you lie in for real, for real? Or if they haven't even stated it, still, you get what I'm saying? We get the picture. The fetish worshiper. It says this is another spin, right? This is another spin on the materialistic, dualistic views of life described above. It says both with this type of sponsoring thought pattern believe, people with this type of sponsoring thought pattern believe that their fate or destiny depends on outside forces, i.e., forces beyond their control. These forces include concepts or ideas, you feel what I'm talking about? Their horoscope, the position of the stars and planet, their sex, their age, their nationality, heredity, or no, such as like hereditary problems, the nationality, their education. Often people with this view, often people with this view then decide to look to other outside forces in an attempt to create balance and harmony in their lives. Sorry, that was a tongue twister, y'all. My bad. Um, it says, thus, the fetish worshippers give away their power to a wide variety of forces such as other people and or external objects or phenomenon, which is why I call them fetish worshippers. That was in parentheses. These outside forces or people can be a doctor, a teacher, the leader of a sect. Remember, I told you we can't be sectarian. Sectarian. Sectarian to is to focus on one aspect of something, right? So excessively that you ain't trying to deal with nothing else, right? And it mainly happens in religion. Sect, but where is it at? I can't find it. That's where I left off at. But where is it? Oh, the position of planets, crystals and stones, essential oils, pills, the choice of colors, the arrangement of houses and furniture, feng shui, a healer, physicist, no, psychiatrist, special diet, medical treatment, alternative treatments, etc. In other words, a fetish worshiper is a person who gives the responsibility for his or her destiny to any outside force, person, regiment, thing, arrangement, anything. Ooh. Did we get that? Yeah, you already know. Did we get that? A fetish worshiper is any individual that allows their life to be controlled by an outside force, or any individual that believes, you feel I'm talking about, they can they what do you call that? They can be helped like that. That would cause them to do it basically. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. I gotta, I don't have a terminology for this one. I ain't quick on my feet this time. I'm trying to focus. I'm trying to focus. Y'all, I ate nothing but watermelon today, y'all. And eating watermelon, cause I be eating watermelon now with my lemon. Eating that is like eating nothing but water. Now it be so good and juicy. Don't get me wrong, but it's like eating nothing but water. I'm tired of getting up and peeing, y'all. I swear. I feel like it's nothing but water inside of me. Matter of fact, hey, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Ever talking, knowing damn well I gotta pee. Uh, I'm back now. I'm back, Mama. Dr. Mama. Whew. Had to have that been if I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. And I'm still finna drink some more water. Hold on, let me grab a bottle. Needed this. Love water, y'all. Hey, when I was a kid, I loved juice. I'm not even gonna lie to you. But I like it now. I say pop. But I always drink water. I love it. Hold on, let me get my stuff together. We finna get back in it. Because where we at? We at the mountain climber. I said we wasn't gonna get into this. We at page 24. and it's 69 pages. I don't know. I keep saying I don't know if we can read the whole thing because I don't know. We might though, because this is good. A lot of people could walk away with something. The mountain climber. People with this view of life or sponsoring thought pattern are basically success oriented. Um, it said rather your orientation tends to be more materialistic or spiritual. They basically believe in their own personal power, their worth, ability to succeed. Um, this sponsoring thought pattern tends to support the view of life that the view that life is good and that human beings have the ability to create a good life for themselves and their families. This type of sponsoring thought is usually at least some part of the pattern belief of most successful people in the world of business, sports, arts, and the government. Now we know the government to be what we know the government to be. You feel what I'm saying? But so it don't matter how you utilize this. But it's not about who else using it. It's about how you use it. You get me? Or it's not about what they doing and none of that. Okay, watch this. The believer. This next one. The believer. People with this view of life usually believe there is some kind of order or meaning to life. Often they believe in God or some kind of higher power, which tend to include the assumption that human beings are a part of an orderly evolution towards something higher and better. Um, Many believers may believe in reincarnation as the Buddhists and Hindus do, which obviously change one's own perception. Yeah, one's whole perception on this present life. In general, the belief in a higher power is a sponsoring thought pattern that influences every aspect of a person's life and circumstances, including the. All right. According to your faith. That's what we have next. Obviously, I've greatly exaggerated these scenarios to make my point. Obviously. Quite obviously, you done that, lady. But when you think about, you say, when you think the above through, you would discover that the beliefs or sponsoring thought patterns of most of the people you know are a combination of several scenarios. Ooh, what they mean by that? Like the experiences you have in life or whatever will really form the life that you have right now, or inform the life that you have right now. The point I'm trying to make, the point I'm trying to make is that these basic life patterns, or these basic belief patterns, or sponsoring thoughts, are what determine and define the life experience of the individual. You could say that life is a self-fulfilling prophecy, or as our greatest teacher said, who was our greatest teacher? Oh, I know what they finna say. I know what they finna say, but just bear with me, y'all. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all. Uh, if y'all wasn't here, like in the early pages of this or whatever, I only read like a little bit of this. So we reading this together. We read this together, y'all. Um, so that's why it threw me off when it said, "Or it's our greatest teacher." What do you mean by we're our greatest teacher? It said our greatest teacher when he walked this earth, according to your faith. How? Listen. How? Remember I told you, don't stop out of there. Whatever you believe, it don't matter. You don't put that, you know what I'm saying, on nobody else. So how they gonna say according to your faith? What your faith is? You know what I'm saying? And now if it's this, excuse me. But if it's not, you know what I'm talking about? What your faith is. Um, according to your faith, right? It said, according to your faith, be it done unto you, as thou hast believed, So be it done unto thee. Matthew 8:13. So you know what they're talking about. But you get what I'm saying. So while this has good information, and we're gonna continue, we have to be mindful of what's going on here. I just told you, you know what I'm talking about, because I'm saying what the book said. I just told you, can't nobody put no thoughts in your head. But then again, I just told you according to your faith. How do I know what faith you have? We're having an open discussion amongst, what do you call that? A plethora of spiritual individuals. You know what I'm saying? What that mean? That means you and I all do collectively we're spiritual, but individually we got separate paths that caused us to get to where we're going right now, that led us here today. We didn't all do the same thing. I don't care if we know about the same gods and goddesses and the same systems and all that. How are we utilizing it to make a better life? You know what I'm talking about? That will cause us, that will attract us to this, let's say this center. You know what I'm saying? Let's say we all in a circle, a 360 circle. You know what I'm talking about? The snake eating stuff. The concentric circle, not that, but the circle within itself. The snake eating stuff, the Ouroboros. Let's say we in the middle of that. The daf. That's what we at. That's what we trying to get back to. You know what I'm talking about? The central point. We're all being pulled there, right? By something else. No matter if it's like, okay, we resonate because this might be the same thing, that might be the same thing, whatever, you know. You messing with Oshun, you mess with Osiris, or you messing with the same, what you call it. You know what I'm talking about? But we all doing different things is what I'm getting at. We're all doing different things. Everything is one. All is all. All exists inside of you and I. Once you understand this and understand that the world you are living in is a result and a reflection of your own special sponsoring thoughts about life and or the nature of reality, you will have discovered another important key in improving your life, realizing your dreams and bringing infinitely more good into your life. Realizing your dreams. That right, they could have left it out there. What's in your dreams? I'm not talking about like a dream job, a dream house. That dealing with that right there and being able to acquire it should say a lot about who you are and what you are and how you control things and create things, whatever. But when you can go deeper, and have a true understanding as to what your subconscious mind is telling you when you inside your dreams or whatever, and try to align that with your waking life. Watch what it do then. Watch what it do then. But you can't do that allowing other people, anybody, it don't matter, me, him, her, them, anybody, to distract you. You know what I'm talking about? If it's not aligned with what you are doing, you cannot get involved in it. Because remember, where you place your intention, you know what I'm talking about, is where you place your intentions, where you place your energy and your power, and it grows. You know what I'm saying? Now watch this. You'd be like, I don't care. That's cool and not caring, but you're thinking about it and you're powering it. You know what I'm saying? And you might want other things to happen in your life or whatever, but you're not thinking about the other things in your life. You know what I'm saying? Um, collective belief patterns. The law of sponsoring thoughts also applies to the consciousness of groups and the collective consciousness of humanity as a whole. By groups, I mean family units. Dr. Mama say family in the house. It's crazy how she said family. And I know she said that a few minutes ago, but it's crazy how she said that, and this is what we're going to. Right? Family unit. It say by groups, I mean family units, tribes, racial and religious groups, regions, states, and nations. Groups share a certain belief patterns or sponsored thought, certain belief patterns or sponsored thought patterns. In fact, that's what makes them a group. Their common beliefs, right, are what bring them together and why they stick together. Since they share the same sponsoring thought pattern, they exhibit similar behavior patterns, and share similar life experiences. Okay? Now, remember when I told you when we was talking about the astral world and how like these different planes of existence was created and why they were created or whatever, we didn't get too deep. We just saying we weren't trying to incarnate and reincarnate and come back here or whatever. So we set up different realms or whatever, but based upon, right, let's say different cultures and different cultures or whatever, different societies, different groups or whatever. So I'm talking about all this information is inside of us. But groups of individuals took it upon themselves, right, to come up with a similar system, a similar experience or whatever. If I'm talking about with the what do you call that? With the plethora of different techniques and rules and regulations as to bring these certain things about in your life. If I'm talking about or in their lives. But we have a whole bunch of societies like that. You know what I'm talking about? Whole bunch of them. You know. And now the time that we live in there right now is not that time. So they're giving you that information when they're talking about the different groups, but when they were saying like the personal and all that, you want to focus more so on the personal. You get me? Because the watch this, the type of groups that we want to be in, like we sit there and we look at that. I guess we envy that, we want that back in the day where that's cool, we'll come back to it. But the way to do it is to go inside. Because each and every one of them had something that was valuable to the community, via physical, via spiritual. They had something to bring to the community to build it up. You know what I'm talking about? Everybody was literally one for real, for real. And in order to be one with anybody, whether it is your family, whether it is your spouse, whether it is yourself, you have to be truthful with yourself. You have to embrace yourself, and you have to, what do you call that? Detox yourself of that which is negative. And what do I mean by that? I mean anything that is not conducive with your life. Not just negative because society said this was negative and the Pope or I said this. No, you feel what I'm talking about? Because I can say, I'm not going to say this, but I can say smoking weed is negative. You feel what I'm saying? But it's a plethora of individuals going to get up here and tell you that you got cannabinoid receptors inside your brain, which you do. So I'm not going to say that because I already understand what that is. You get what I'm talking about? But I do get it that it's ways to do it to enhance it better. You get what I'm talking about? But that's a whole different other topic. You know what I mean? Where we at? Uh, Wars arise when whole groups share similar negative sponsoring thought patterns, such as my group, my tribe, my country is superior to your group, your tribe, or your country. That's going to always happen regardless. So that's why we really don't need no tribes and no groups and none of that, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You got people talking about we come from tribes, we come from groups. We don't. There was a time when we lived in tribes and we lived in groups like that or whatever, and it was for a reason, like I just said. You see what I'm talking about? But we didn't come from that. Oh no. Where we at with it now? Oh, wow. They killing us today, ain't that like this? The fifth law, right? Number 5. You have nothing to deal with but your own thoughts. The law of individualization. That word, we don't like to hear that word. I don't want to be lonely. I don't want to be lonely. But deep down inside, when you get around anybody, it doesn't matter. You be wanting to be alone. What do I mean by that? You be wanting to have some peace. You know about the people that want to be alone but don't want to be alone? I just want to be left alone. So you don't want to be bothered all the time, and that's okay. So you state that so you can get that, or you present that as far as like, yeah, I'm gonna take time for myself and this, that, and third. You don't have to be putting yourself or make yourself available for everybody. You know what I mean? When you do that, right? When you take 5 minutes a day to yourself or whatever, you learn more and more and more and more and more things about yourself. You get what I'm talking about? Like, y'all could probably be like, this nigga talk too fast. I don't like how he talk. I don't like how he do this. I don't like how he do that. That's fine. But watch this. You're able to you're able to become aware of that. Is what I'm getting at. You feel what I'm saying? What if you was from where I was from? I'm from Illinois, where people talk fast. And what if you didn't like that? You know what I'm saying? But you in that group where everybody do it, so naturally you're gonna do it. Naturally you're just not gonna even say anything, whatever. You feel what I'm talking about? You know, and that's just something simple. Having your environment have an effect on how you portray yourself or whatever. Well, this is where I'm from and all that stuff, whatever. That's cool. But saying this is where I'm from, whatever, makes you human, basically. Makes you not what you're saying you are. You're saying you're a spiritual being. A spiritual being has existed forever. This is light that we're talking about. Forever in all places in all regions. So you shouldn't get held in one spot, is what I'm getting at, basically. Um, each individual is a focal point in the infinite consciousness or energy field in which we all live. Each individual is the center of consciousness who is using the infinite mind in his or her own unique way. His or her. As we learn from the law of sponsoring thoughts, each individual has his or her own unique basic thought patterns concerning the nature of law or the nature of life and or the nature of life and or the nature of reality. It says when you combine this understanding with what you learn in the first law, that that thought is the cause of everything we experience, you will understand why each individual must also be living in his or her own unique world, in his or her own reality, based on his or her view of what reality is. Man, some of us probably already knew this, but you have to like. It's one thing about knowing it. It's another thing about applying the knowledge. It don't matter if you, like I said, like the little 5 minutes. The 5 minutes would be the equivalent of just, you know what I'm talking about, just becoming aware of who you are. Meaning, when I be like, what make you laugh? What make you laugh? What makes you upset? It can be 1,000 things that make you upset. Did you know it was and we don't have to go off that, but it's an emotional chart. You know what I'm saying? They have an emotional chart with different colors, which will correspond with the color magic as well as the chakras. You know what I'm saying? As well as the sounds and like the octaves and all that stuff, the music, whatever. So all that resonates and is connected, whatever. But based upon these like a few different emotions or whatever, it's a variety of different feelings that you go through. You feel what I'm talking about? So truly understand what makes you feel how you feel or whatever, and then get to the root of it is what I'm getting at. Did you say what book you're reading from? Oh, yes, it's called Mental Laws, Mental Technology, by what this lady name is, Barbara Berger. Um, yeah, Mental Technology by Barbara Berger. But I got the book, Dr. Mom. You already know if you need it. You know what I'm saying? You already know. And look, y'all can call me a kid. I don't care. Like I said, I've been eating watermelon all day. Give me just another second, cause it's hitting me. Yo, y'all, listen, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I ain't gonna lie to you. Nah, I don't got no weak bladder or nothing like that. But I literally been eating that stuff all day. Well, that's all I've eaten today. All I've drunk is water. I think I probably ate some chips or something, but like that's nothing. I'm talking about something with sustenance. And that is I guess it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Cause what I'm trying to do for real, I'm really trying to see what this health be doing. Everybody be talking about health and all that stuff, whatever, and it's cool. I really like it. The health aspect, the holistic aspect of spirituality. I really like that. But personally, I got my own personal things I need to heal inside myself. So with all that I learned, I'm gonna try and see. You know what I'm saying? It's literally an experiment. You can only experiment on yourself. I'm literally gonna see what I can heal, how I can heal, whatever. Definitely gonna share it, but what's important is to see if I can heal it, whatever. Like I got alopecia. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm trying to heal that. I'm trying to heal it to where I don't have to deal with it no more. I've I've basically when I was younger, I used to do like a natural treatment. Mind you, I wasn't consciously aware of what was going on at that time. So, and I think I was locked up. So every time that happened or whatever, that was just that or whatever. But then I went through this. You know what I'm talking about? What I'm going through now. So now I'm trying to figure out a more natural way, I guess, that will truly heal me, not just treat it. Oh, that's beautiful. That's always good, though. I ain't gonna lie to you, especially this time. See, I'm a Halloween person. It ain't even October yet. But if you go in the stores, you see nothing but Halloween stuff. I really like that. I ain't gonna lie to you. Don't care when nobody be saying, "Oh, this." I don't care. You ain't gonna take my childhood away from me. See, because it's the good experiences, the good memories that you want to latch on to. So if I remember Halloween as like having a good experience like that or whatever, I'm gonna keep that intact. I ain't gotta do nothing to that. I wasn't worshiping nothing. I wasn't taught like, you know what I'm saying. It was nothing. We went trick or treating. That it was what it was. Ain't nobody try to poison me. Ain't nobody nothing. So regardless of how anybody feels about it, you know what I'm saying, your friend, society, or whatever, you become spiritual. You be like, oh, we can't deal with that no more, whatever. Nah, if you had a good experience with anything, whatever, you want to hold on to that. Ooh, 18 more days. She's a champ. She's a champ. I'll probably do like a 3 day or something. You know what I'm talking about? I haven't worked my way up to that level yet. Like a 3 day tox, a detox or whatever. Can't, man. I can't do no more than that. But I will tell you, after my second, third day, definitely have good dreams that night. My mind be so clear. Like it be really clear. You would think a clear mind for real. You don't know what a clear mind is for real until you detox. And it's not nothing scary. Not for me. People be like, oh, sometimes it be scary, but different individuals different. But it wasn't for me. It's a wake up call for real. It's like truly like I really felt um closer to myself. Definitely with the meditations. Everything just goes back. I don't feel sluggish, none of that. I don't know. And I'm freezing and I know what I gotta take. I'm gonna tell y'all this. I can't tell y'all this. For individuals that have like anemic or whatever, most people or doctors they be like take the iron pills or whatever. But I'm not gonna lie, iron don't really work like that or whatever. And a lot of individuals that go through that, it doesn't work for them. You feel what I'm saying? So I started taking copper, what do you call it, minerals, and I naturally like my body already naturally overheats, so I really don't be needing that. You feel what I'm saying? So I was taking it for another reason or whatever, but that's also a benefit of it. So my queen though, she definitely be anemic though, but when she took it, it was completely different. So she was like, oh yeah, I like this, I like these or whatever. Me, I like the benefits of it that it was giving me, but it was also making me too hot. 360. 360 in the building. Dr. Mama in the building. It's definitely a scary sight, y'all. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, man. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Um, Trying to see where we was, y'all, for real, before I spun off and did what I did. Okay. In other words, since thought is creative, whatever you think the world looks like, right? That's what the world looks like to you. Earlier, you guys, you remember when somebody asked me, because there's a few people, maybe it was the same person, I don't know. What do I think the Earth look, or do I think the Earth is flat or round or whatever, right? Since thought is creative, whatever you think the Earth looks like, right? Whatever whatever you think the Earth looks like, whatever you think the world looks like, that's what the world looks like to you. You know what I'm saying? You have that much power. You have the power to perceive the reality however you want to perceive reality. What I'm trying to tell you is, let's take a slight pause. All of the ancients, it doesn't matter whatever you want to say, all of the ancients, their ultimate goal was to study the mystery, right? We didn't have religion, we had mystery systems. What is the ultimate mystery? The ultimate mystery is the big D after, transition, death. You feel what I'm talking about? But society that we live in right now, they gave you a a superstitious viewpoint of it and the nature of it. You get what I'm saying? This life that we living in, the ancients viewed it as a life of suffering. Also, let's just say education. You know what I'm talking about? That suffering equals education. You learning. You feel what I'm talking about? You learning. Now, when they be like, "Oh man, I'm a light being. I'm pure. I'm this. I'm that." You are, but you also came with the flaw. Now, if you've been watching my lives or whatever, we can confirm that flaw is just the lack of experience. That's it, right? So we know that what we go through that we deem as sufferable and unpleasurable, the bad, the evil, all the bullshit that we go through, whatever, from talking about is an experience needed in order to understand not to go through it again. You feel what I'm talking about? Because afterwards we take back our own individual experience. Yes, we go to live. Let's say, yeah, we go to live together as a community in this quantum experience. But as an individual, just like as an individual now, you have you have the power to view the reality or perceive it however you want to perceive it, right? And it is what it is, right? This is like the test. We in school right now, so afterwards you literally get to exist in your own reality is what I'm getting at. That's what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? That's what's going on here. But they don't want to tell you that because it's it's okay. While we living in society, not a lot of individuals have access to this technology, to this mental technology that we're talking about here, because this is what we're talking about. Not a lot of individuals have access to this mental technology. Now, while they say they do, right? While they say everybody does or whatever, we understand they don't. We know this. My dude say on bro now. You know what I'm saying? But no, for real. So, okay, let me see. I realize that it's a quite radical concept for most people. It's radical. But that's what revolutionary is. So for those that want to be a revolutionary or whatever, you have to be completely radical to what's going on in the society that you're living in. It has to be completely against it. And it has to be something different from what the last revolutionary did. Meaning, we was Black Panthers at one point in time, and they taught you constitutional rights, weapons rights, and how to protect yourself or whatever. But it wasn't nothing really spiritual like that. You feel what I'm talking about? And they took them away. But that was needed. You feel what I'm saying? And then we had everything else after that. You know what I'm talking about? And every other leader that came up out of those groups or whatever. You feel what I'm talking about? Because that's what only mattered or whatever. Because the individual with that desire to be able to free us for real, for real. Because all the group says is, if you don't join it, I ain't doing nothing for you, for real. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, but you had the one individual or the one individuals that would come out of the groups that would, you know what I'm saying, that would really be for us, for real, for, or not. But ultimately, it's about the information that we take in for ourselves. You want to be radical. It is not, it says, it is true nevertheless. The world you live in is a result of your sponsoring thoughts about the life, or the nature of reality. This is a radical departure from what most of us learned in school. Most of us were taught that there is an objective material world which exists outside of us and which is common to all. Science, however, has already disproved this. Quantum physics has demonstrated that we all live in and are a part of one massive field of energy, right? Each individual is simply a focal point of consciousness within this field, right? Now watch this. You know how they say the atoms are just empty space, infinite amounts of space. You can fit everything in Earth in one atom, everything in Earth and in the universe in one atom, right? So you got many of those little focal points that exist in this big old, what do you call that, energy field, just like how you have all of us on Earth right now in this universe. It's the same thing. It's mental technology, bro. You already know what's going on, bro. Smack my line, bro. Smack my line. When I get off the live, smack my line when I got off the live. You already know what's going on, bro. You already know what's going on. I got you. Anybody else that want the book, y'all know what's up, man. Follow me on Instagram. You feel what I'm talking about? Slide in my inbox. Slide in my DM, whatever they call it. What the young folks call it. Slide in the DM. What do you call that? BabaAkil on Instagram. If not, just look the book up. But if it's hard for you or whatever, I got it. Everybody need this. Because everybody can personally take something out of it that they want to. You ain't got to take everything. I wouldn't. You know what I'm talking about? It's not about her making my life. It's about what you give me. It's an energy exchange. You know what I'm talking about? Now watch this. She giving me something that I can utilize for me. What am I doing for her? I'm promoting her book. I'm giving y'all the book. Or giving you a way to get it or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Give me 1 second. Giving y'all the book and giving y'all a way to, you know what I'm saying, get to it. So, in reality, she getting something back from this, whether she know it or not. But she got to be aware of this. You know what I'm talking about? She writing on it. Good night, Dr. Mama. Y'all tell Dr. Mama good night, because she one of them ones, for real. She be hiding, but she one of them ones. I ain't gonna lie to you. Where am I at with it, man? Quantum physics also teaches us that all phenomena, be it living beings or so-called inanimate objects, are made up of the same energy. Ooh, now we talking about that we talking about the ethers now. You know what I'm saying? The astral plane, the mental essence. You feel me? In other words, everything you, me, our houses, our computers, our cars, the food we eat, everything can be broken down into the same basic units or components called what? Hold on, y'all. Cause what I just said a few minutes ago. What I said you could fit the earth inside. The atom. Hold on. Or units or components called atoms. Yeah. Atomic beginnings. That's besides the point. These atoms can be broken down even further into subatomic particles. Now watch this, my beautiful people. This is what I've been trying to tell y'all this entire time, and I ain't even gonna get involved into it. But this is what I've been trying to talk about. But I feel like y'all get it now. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I feel like you understand what I'm saying. So I just had to find this thing. Mind you, I told you, we reading this together. You feel what I'm talking about? Say what again, bro? Say what again? Say what again? Quantum physics has demonstrated that we all live in and are a part of one massive field of energy. Each individual is simply a focal point of consciousness within this field. Quantum physics also teaches us that
All phenomena, be it living beings or so-called inanimate objects, are made up of the same energy. In other words, everything, you, me, our houses, our computers, our food, the cars we eat, the cars, everything can be broken down in the same basic units or components called atoms. These atoms can be broken down even further into subatomic particles, which can be broken down into waves of energy. You feel me? Now, if anybody's familiar with the split photon theory or whatever you want to call it, I don't care. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's basically when they take photons, which is light, what they say is that the highest form of us, we are light, so this is photons, and they split them, like, with a whatever, like what you call that, like a board or something or whatever, and they observe them, and then and then they don't observe them. The ones they observe, they turn into particles. So they turn into something that you can see, like it starts to make some type of formation or whatever. You feel what I'm talking about? But watch this. When you what do you call that? I think it's when you're not observing them. Now, or when you are, or whatever. When you're not observing them, they become wave particles, meaning it's just nothing. You feel what I'm talking about? It's waves of energy. So something you can use. You feel what I'm talking about? It's like going inside your brain, meditating or whatever, do you manifest or whatever, and all that stuff or whatever. But the energy that you're using or whatever is the most pure potential energy. You feel what I'm saying? And when it manifests, it turns into the particles. But from the subatomic particles, you get the atoms or whatever. You feel what I'm talking about? The subatomic particles, you get the atoms. So you get all of what you see right now, whatever. You feel what I'm talking about? But even breaking down, going further, whatever, you get the wave of energy. All it is waves of energy. At this level of perception, all of creation is one vast field of energy. One vast, unified whole, right? What we experience as life is what pops out of this field because of the focus of our attention. So anything that we focus on, it becomes the particles, like I just said. You know what I'm talking about? So like in a video game, when you playing in the game or whatever, and people that play like RP games and MMG games or whatever, that's really buggy, the online games or whatever, when you start to focus on certain things, you start to see it form or come in or whatever based upon the the code in the game. You get what I'm saying? So basically what they're saying is anything that you're not paying attention to does not exist. What they said earlier, so whatever you focus on, it exists or whatever. So anything that you don't pay attention to doesn't exist. It exists, but it exists in the form of waves of energy. Because energy never dies, and that's all we really is. But you can reconstruct it. So you cannot think about it. Let's say if it was a scenario. You cannot think about the scenario. Now it doesn't exist. But the energy, not saying like the symbology or nothing, like the energy, you know what I'm saying, like the source of it, the resources. You can reconstruct that to something else. Be safe, God. Where we at? I didn't know this book was gonna get like this, y'all. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I thought we just talking about the mental laws, but this is still applied. But this gets deep. Wow. Hold on. Okay. The field, yeah. The field itself, this vast field of energy contains all of experience, since it is all there is. Thus, it is the nature of our attention, right, which determines the nature of our experience. This is why we have nothing to deal with but our own thoughts. Everything we experience is a result of our own sponsoring thoughts as a focus of our attention. Everything you experience in the world or in this world is the result of your focus and understanding of the vast field of energy in which we live and move and have our being. The understanding and the focus is just obviously what you pay attention to, but the beliefs that you was given or whatever, and the influences that you have. That's why I always say you got to build your own. We trying to build our own little community from within. You feel what I'm talking about? You're trying to build your own community from within. Watch this. You look at all these different gods and goddesses, all these different concepts, all these different myths, all these different mystic systems or whatever. That's ingredients to create the ultimate God body, which is you. That's all you doing. And I gotta do it again, y'all. I didn't think I was gonna have to. I gotta do it again. Hold on. This finna be my last time. I ain't gonna lie. I'm just gonna have to hold it for an hour. You know, I appreciate y'all. I really do. I really appreciate y'all understanding and the compassion. You may not know it, but I appreciate it. You may not know that that's what you're giving me right now, but I appreciate that. Because I'm so annoyed with what's going on with this apparatus. If I'm talking about, but if I'm gonna be able to detox it and create that ultimate God body, like I was just saying, you know, I gotta take the pros and the cons with it. So I can't complain. Cause look, if I'm thinking about that, right, that's gonna keep on growing on me. So I'm gonna try to think about, I ain't gotta do it no more. It ain't gonna happen. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, man, I'm going through it. Where we at, Joe? Understanding this law is another extremely important aspect of mental technology, because with understanding comes freedom. One of the messages here is, if you don't like the world you are living in, you can change the world by changing your thoughts. I like these practical things, y'all. We done got so used to, man, look, galactic, universal, wada bam. That's fine, but you gotta search so far inside of yourself to understand your spot at that seat or whatever, at that table. That's what you gotta understand. Because watch this. I'm not saying none of it's fake. It's not fake. It's real. All of it's real. But what I feel like is the individuals that's coming and letting us know, they don't understand that these aspects that they in tune with, I don't care what they telling them, but that they in tune with is aspects of their mind, aspects that exist inside of them. So watch this. We the ones that's here right now, in the physical, right? We the light that fell and it manifests this physical reality is telling you right here through thought. You feel what I'm talking about? Because that's how you operate in the higher realms, through thought in the first place. You feel what I'm saying? So here we think we not, but we still operate like that. But it's an instant thing. You get what I'm talking about? So the thing is, like I said, these ultimate, or the ultimate God body, and then you have all of these different groups or whatever and systems or whatever that you can take this information from. Like I just said, the seasonings and the ingredients or whatever. What we feel like this galactic group is, or the confederation, or the great ancestors and all that stuff or whatever, we are aligning ourselves to become that in actuality. You feel what I'm talking about? And we're going to see it through. No, and it's not going to happen right away. But what's going on is some people are feeling like they're being guided, which they are being guided by, but they're not, but by something outside of themselves. They're being guided by something outside of themselves. They're not. They're being guided by something inside of themselves, which is basically a higher version of them. You feel what I'm talking about? Placing them in a spot where they need to be, where they should be, where they want to be, where they're written down for themselves how it was supposed to happen. You feel what I'm talking about? That's what's really going on. But they tell you this right here. Don't believe, like I said, what this group of individuals done to us. Believe what I say though. And that person is not coming for you, but these people are coming for you. It's so deep, they don't understand the timelines is fucked up. You know what I'm saying? The calendar, how you think and how you perceive. So the calendar that we going off of, we had a completely different calendar. We know this. So we can't be living within the realms of what we supposed to be living in. You feel what I'm talking about? Because society has a different agenda for us. So you gotta go inside. You feel me? You gotta go inside. So you got different aspects of yourself, because of what? All of us are basically the same thing, like we say. But we're focal points on this infinite field. So that means in this dimension and other dimensions as well. But whatever you have experience with and you come into contact with is just an extension of thyself. You feel what I'm saying? So all of what's going on here, right? We creating that galactic federation. We creating those ancestors, this, that, and the third, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because in actuality, that's what we are. Why I say that's what we are? Because it's been happening over and over and over again. Energy never dies. The names just change. We just do different things. That's all that's happening or whatever. But we have aspects of ourselves that exist on different realms or whatever, because we left there and stayed there. Just like it's aspects here that loves to be here. It's aspects here in this dimension, in this third dimensional earth or whatever, that loves to be here. When people transcend, they want to come. They come back. You don't come back based upon something sending you something. No, you come back based upon you. Magnetic attraction, guilt, karma, grief. Not aspects over you, but something that you dealing with on your own. That you will come with a conscious mind. You'll be like, damn, I ain't even do what I said I was gonna do. Not what Joe Bo said you gotta do. Nah, no. It's not that. You know what I'm saying? If you God all the way. You got all the way. Feel me? That's what it is. And to even call you God is literally an insult, because you're something way more. Mind you, gods, these creator beings, are what you call demiurge. A demiurge is a lesser subordinate being, a creator being that will take, right? That will take from the primordial essence and create all of this. You are not doing that because it already exists inside of you. That's what you are. You are a part of that. Not saying that this lesser entity, because you can look at this as lower aspects of your mind. Not saying that this is not a part of you. It is. It don't possess what you possess, the creative spark. Ooh. We ain't know that. Gods don't have souls because they're not gods. The entities that you call gods do not have souls. They're not gods. They're spirits. You have a soul. This is why you're able to manifest them and create them, because why? They exist inside of you, but they lie dormant. So in reality, they don't exist until you give attention to it and give life to it by way of your spark. but it has to have existed inside of you. So what am I saying? I'm saying this right here, somebody made this. This is not doing no thinking for itself. This ain't doing no creating for itself. It's just utilized to be a tool, right? Now, can I allow this to control my life in some type of way? Maybe somehow if I figured it out, right? But that's the concept we're talking about right now. All this is just tools. Why is all of this important, y'all? It's important because I'm not finna get up here and tell you, hey, we gods, and it's gonna be okay. It is. But listen, we gods, it's gonna be okay. All we gotta do is do good, whatever that is, right? Do good, whatever that is, and wait on some other entity that's definitely supposed to be, I guess, more highly technically advanced than us, right? Wait on them. Okay? While I just told you that not to wait on something else that's just basically the same thing. I just told you a different way how it wasn't. Because mind you, everything is all of these things come from one thing. You get what I'm talking about? And we ain't even talking about the source. We talking about the aftermath. We talking about, okay, we told you, we talked about the absolute in the beginning, like that, not in the beginning, but in the middle of this book, the absolute, the first thought, whatever, the blackness, you feel what I'm saying, the primordial all, okay, right? In other terminology, you would call that the Great Mother. The Great Mother, that's Tiamat. That's what we used to call Earth. Not this particular Earth, but in a different time and dimension. You get what I'm saying? But still here. You get what I'm saying? Because everything all still happened here. You got to understand that. But the first celestial, as above, so below. When you look up at the sky and it's dark out there, right? You see all the stars and all that stuff. None of that matters. The only star that matters out there is Sirius. Why? Because Sirius represents you. But Sirius was birthed out of the Great Mother, Tiamat. If you look up the calendar of Dendera at the Temple of Hathor, it will show you a astronomical calendar with a bunch of different gods and goddesses. But in the middle of it, so the finite point in the middle of it, you have Tiamat, the Great Mother, which represents that first thought. You get what I'm talking about? And the first thought, so the first manifestation of her, the reflection of her, so the first thought that she had outside that the projection or whatever would be Sirius or Set, right? Why is that important? Set represents you and represents your soul, but Set is in the cosmos is Sirius or whatever. But Set gives all of his attributes, or all of his attributes is taken away from him and given to all the gods that we love today. Okay? Now we can resonate with these and that's cool or whatever, but it's a deeper way of looking at this. You get what I'm talking about? Also, right? That's where you get Satan from. Set. You feel what I'm talking about? But Set, all his attributes, all of the good attributes, all of that is taken and given to all of the other gods. Osiris, Heru, Anubis. Anubis is really the look for show, the dog head. You're going to see Anubis with the dog head and you'll be like, that's Anubis. You'll see another god, you'll be like, who is that? They always going to be like, that's a primordial god. They're going to be like, that's like Sut or that's Set. You feel what I'm talking about? But they always keep Set or Seth or Sutek or all, they always keep that energy involved in all of the, what do you call that? In all of the mythologies. They do that for a reason. Because it represents you. You feel what I'm talking about? Where we at? Oh, y'all, I was just finna just go in and read, but we at the law of creation. The law of creation. Since you are thinking most of the time, you are creating most of the time. Ooh, come on now. When we know that thought is the cause, that thought is creating our reality, we begin to realize how important it is to examine our thinking process. Okay, one of the first things we discover is that we we are probably thinking most of the time. Can we agree? Excuse me. Where am I at with it? And not only are we thinking most of the time, most of us are not in control of what we are thinking. Our thinking is like a runaway train, right? It's a haphazard and random, mostly controlled by input. Randomly mostly controlled by input. By the input we are getting from our surroundings. For example, what other people are saying or doing, what's on TV, what's on the radio, what we're reading in the newspaper, etc. It's very rare to meet someone who is consciously choosing what they are thinking about. Right? So that type of person, that's us. Who they talking about? That's at least it's supposed to be. That's us. Peace, 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 family, peace. That's supposed to be us. Okay. Since most people are not in control of their minds, we can deduce that most people are not in control of their lives. So when a person be like mind control, that's basically what they mean for real. You know what I'm saying? However deep it gets. This means they are probably experiencing a reality they are not consciously choose, or they did not consciously choose and living a life which may be far from the life they desire. But who's to blame? Since their own haphazard thinking that is creating their lives, they are to blame. Told you. It always goes back to us. If the great things in our lives happen is because of us, the bad things in our life is because of us as well. We have to stomach that fact. And once we get over that, it would tend to not bother us anymore. This lack of mental control explains why so many people feel victimized, i.e. feel they have no control over their lives, because it is true. They have no control over their lives. Now that you are starting to understand mental laws, it is easy to understand why. You must control your thinking in order to control what you're manifesting in your life. Because all thoughts is creative. Law is impersonal. But remember, mental laws are impersonal, just like physical laws. So earlier, if you was here earlier, we talked about how laws were impersonal and all that, and it doesn't matter what you think about it or what you knew about it, what you didn't know, or none of that. How you feel about it, the day you have it, they're gonna happen if this is an impersonal law. This means that even if you are totally a nice person, if you're totally a nice person, really good reason, decent person, or really good, decent person, if your thoughts are negative or limiting, the results, which is your life, right, will also be negative or limited. So it don't matter. You know, most people deem people that's spiritual to be evil, and they feel like they're good individuals. But look at what those good individuals done to spiritual individuals in the past and are doing now, based upon the fear of what this type of information will do to the minds of the masses. See, most individuals, they be lying, they be doing all of that. You can't be doing all of this, man. You got to be completely authentic, clear and true. You know, well, I see right through you. That's cool. What you see? It's nothing but light. You know what I'm saying? We can have that other aspect. That's cool because it still exists. But that's not what we're really talking about here. You know what I'm saying? And an individual that worries about that or whatever, if I'm talking about, that's all their life succumbs to. Mental technology teaches us that the law is always in operation. So whether you are aware of it or not, your thinking is always creating something because it must. Because thought is creative. Remember, you are dealing with the natural force like electricity. They say like, but you is, because you are electrical. But this book only talking about thoughts. We ain't talking about your bioelectric field. If I'm talking about your aura, we ain't talking about that. But you are. In the case of electricity, this means no matter how nice a person you are, if you stick your finger in a socket, right, you will get shocked. That's why I said earlier what I said. We ain't gonna say it. This is because the electrical current is an impersonal force of nature. It doesn't care who you are, how nice you are. If you touch it, right, if you touch a live wire, right, you get an electric shock. Because that's the law. You feel me? Now, I think it's just crazy. Cause in the courtroom they be like, laws like what do you say? Ignorance is no excuse in the eyes of the law. But watch this. Those laws come from the natural laws, the natural holistic laws that exist from within, that came from out of us or whatever, which was portrayed in the societies, the ancient societies that we had or whatever. Now you got these other little laws. They be talking about you gotta do this, and it's the law, and it don't matter if you don't know it. That's how you know it's magic. You feel what I'm saying? Soul Shine always say they gotta tell you what's going on. You feel me? Talking about the universal law, they gotta tell you what's going on so they don't reap no retribution or whatever. You feel what I'm saying? So them telling you ignorance is no excuse, they just saying it don't matter if you don't know. Like it's in the fine print. Y'all, hey man, look, y'all was telling me to watch that what's that called? 360. He was telling me to watch that Black Mirror. I get it now. I get it. All right. Let me see. Mental laws are the same as physical laws. They are too impersonal. Oh yeah. They too are impersonal and always in operation. This is why no matter how good a person you are, if your thinking is haphazard, this haphazard thinking will create haphazard circumstances. This impersonal phenomenon explains why so many good, decent people believe they are victims of unpredictable outer circumstances. Unfortunately, they are unaware of the way the mind works. If they understood how their mind works, they would know that it's not outer circumstances that are victimizing them. It's their own thinking. So once again, we can see the importance of the understanding of mental technology and mental laws. When you discover how difficult it is to stop thinking, when you realize that you're thinking most of the time, you will see why your most important task and mankind's most important task is to take control of the thinking process. However simple that sounds, peace. However simple as that sounds, or whatever, right? It's like what I was saying the other day with that movie, the Time Machine, and how when the guy went so far into the future and he seen everybody was going to the moon or whatever, because he came from like 1800s or something like that, early 1900s maybe, and he seen like everybody going to the moon or whatever. They was like colonizing the moon or whatever. And then when he fast forward into the future, it was these beings under the ground, and like the main head of the being, they was psychic. He was telling them like, man, it was different societies of us, that some of us took the money, they went to the moon, some of us did sports, some of us did this, some of us understood the ways of the mind or whatever. It was them they was talking about because they took refuge underground. You know what I'm saying? They was sending like little astro messages to the brain or whatever, to the people that was living above the ground or whatever. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. They telling you to take control of the thinking process. We have a lot of individuals that come out here and tell us, man, look, we great, you this, you that, and you are, and all this is gonna happen, and you can be, and we gonna do this. You can. You feel me? I won't say you will, but you can. So you got to take control of your mind. You got to learn how to be what you are, what you say you is. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy that we got to do that. You know what I'm talking about? But we've been taught something. Okay, watch this. We've been taught a different way this entire time. It's almost like when you got two different type of dogs, like a pit bull and a chihuahua or something like that or whatever. If you got multiple chihuahuas and you put this pit bull in a cage of chihuahua, this pit bull is not gonna know what kind of dog it is for real. It's not gonna know that it's not a lap dog. Like this a beast. You Yes, we know pit bulls are babies, but yes, we know pit bulls can be protective too. I'm talking about real pit bulls. You feel what I'm saying? Real pit bulls. Why I say that? Because I got a real pit bull. Like, authentic, the bloodline. I'm not talking about nothing new. She costs a lot of money. No, she just her. She might. I'm saying, but she full blooded. But what I'm saying is, she didn't been around nothing but little dogs, so she always want to get in my lap. You feel what I'm saying? But I've always seen this though. You feel what I'm talking about? Always, but it's the same thing. Experiment. Man, I'm freezing. Hold on. I gotta get my hoodie. I'm freezing. I'm freezing, bro. And they be like, why you always be wearing all black? Or why you always be wearing a hoodie? Because it's hot down here in North Carolina. Why you always be wearing a hoodie? Because this is what I wear in Illinois all throughout the year. You feel what I'm saying? I be wondering why I be warm all the time. See, I'm got my shirt on and ain't got nothing else on. No, we ain't doing that today. I ain't finna be freezing in here, Joe. I done closed the vent and everything. It's still just, but I like it though, because at nighttime, it's best when you cold trying to get warm. Because when you be hot, I swear I'm finna die, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. What's going on? For real. Alright. Where we at with it? Let me get this and be paying attention to this. Experiment. Stop thinking. If you don't believe me when I say you probably can't stop thinking, if you want to, try this experiment. Stop thinking for 5 minutes. This is what to do. Dedicate 5 minutes to this experiment. Now sit quietly in a chair, right? And make up your mind that you're going to stop thinking for the next 5 minutes. Start by just relaxing and focusing on your breathing. Just watch yourself as you breathe in and out. Now, see if you could do this for 5 minutes without thinking about anything. Most people don't get beyond one or two breaths before they discover they are thinking about what their boss said at work today, what the hero did in the action movie they saw last night, what they forgot to buy at the supermarket this morning. You feel what I'm saying? Where they're going on vacation this summer. What their sweetheart said to them in bed last night, and so on. Okay? We don't want to think about things like this. You know what I'm talking about? See, this ain't important to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Because it's cool to just say, hey, I'm powerful. Watch this. Think about being powerful. How about that? The objective is to think and to clear the thoughts, but to clear the thoughts in a way to where you're thinking, but you only thinking positive things that's attracting abundance in your life. What do I mean by positive? I don't mean just positive, good and moralistic things. No, we ain't talking about the moral things. We're talking about both positive and negative. We're talking about just the natural forces of nature. You got to get with the nitty gritty. Nitty gritty. Oh yeah, I appreciate everybody again for, tapping in tonight. Where we at, man? Now I got bad eyes, y'all. I need to wear my glasses. I don't have them now. I lost them. I gotta get some more. I know you on the computer, so you can scroll in. That's what I'm doing now. Okay. If nothing else, right, this simple exercise will quickly convince you of the power of your mind and of the thinking process. It should also convince you of the validity of the statement, right? You are thinking most of the time unless you have been practicing meditation, letting the mind settle for a very long time. You will probably discover that you cannot stop this inner dialogue no matter how hard you try. In short, this experiment will show you how much or how little control you have over your mind. So if anybody got that, it's really simple. It's really like meditation or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? I likes that. I likes it. The last one, it's not the last one. It's supposed to be 10. You feel what I'm talking about? But it's definitely gonna be like 30 some more pages, but I probably ain't gonna do it. And I keep saying that, but we keep on going, don't we? the law of emotion. Man, y'all, I just keep on going. Y'all called me when I was focused today. About what? No clue. Gotta get my mind in order. I have been thinking about doing this though, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't been thinking about how successful it was gonna be. And you know what? That's when it tends to do something good. So I hope somebody got something from this. And is getting something from it or whatever. Can take something back or whatever. But usually I be ranting. And I don't think I'm doing that today. I think it's all making sense. Cause usually I know when people be like, man, what he be yapping about? Even if they talking negative, I know they don't understand it. I know. And that's not a positive or negative thing. I just know because sometimes it just goes off and comes off like that. So sometimes you need some type of balance. I know this. I'm aware, y'all. I'm getting it together. Oh man. I had to take a little break, man. My eyes, they doing something to me. It's dark in here and I got this light, but then the computer, the laptop is in my face. And I took my headphones out. I hope y'all can hear me good. Cause I be talking low. I don't really be liking to yell like that for real, but I speak up. And y'all, originally, I'm not gonna lie, I keep saying it, but for those that didn't know, originally we were supposed to be talking about altars. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, but since going through this, I really like it, and I think, you know, we're gonna give it a few more days, give it a few more days or whatever, or a few more lives or whatever. You never know. Give it a few more lives about this topic or whatever, and add in the altars, because it's not just about altars. You know, people that deal with altars, they know that, but not just about altars, because when I'm studying, I find that we subconsciously do it already, naturally, all the time. And then earlier, I just found a greater analogy and greater concept, like when a person goes to work, and at work every job has a goal board or whatever, if I'm talking about, that's literally an altar. There's certain elements on it, you feel what I'm talking about, to bring upon certain like energy or whatever for the abundance or whatever, or to bring upon the experience of that, or to manifest that, whatever they're trying to manifest, the goal, the progress, the growth of the company or whatever. But they have that goal board, you feel what I'm talking about, and they have the pictures and all that other stuff over there, the symbology, and everybody, it's their focal point. You know what I'm saying? But when you hear the word altar in this sense or whatever, it tends to run people away or whatever, if I'm talking about. But if you get married at an altar, and that alters the relationship of the two individuals. You go from being lovey-dovey, this my girlfriend, that's my boyfriend, all that stuff or whatever, to what do you call that? This being this being my husband and wife or whatever. You know what I'm saying? When you propose to someone like that or whatever, that form of commitment or whatever, the question in that and the commitment behind that or whatever, if I'm talking about, is supposed to bond and alter that form of your relationship. That is my fiance. If I'm talking about, that's the middle passage between, like, before marriage. In this sense, because truly, marriage comes from when you love someone so much to where both of your qualities can come together, bond together, right, and create a new reality, which would be the child. Yes, I said it, but that's why we were polyistic back in the day. We had many wives, we had many babies. Now we just got many baby mamas or whatever. If I'm talking about, we ain't supposed to be like that. But we ain't finna get involved in that. This ain't that type of what you call it. Cause what you do is what you do. I don't want to be them type. I don't want to be that person. You know what I'm saying? I ain't him. I'm not him. I'm looking for something right now. Oh, there we go. Law of no emotion. You can't have an emotion without having a thought first. This book decent. I don't know how I can. Whoa. Cataclysm. This book, I don't know. I don't know how I can. I just be looking stuff up. I be having thoughts. I be looking stuff up. But this book is a hit, low key. Always, guys, the books don't have to be like 400-500 pages. They don't. Because you looking for something personal, for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? And then sometimes, if it's like a philosophy or a religious book or whatever, it's going to have 1,000 pages in there. And you're going to have to look through all that just to get what you want, for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? Because when you get what you want, you're not going to be in there no more. So it's best to understand the fundamentals, the basic fundamentals of what we call spirituality, which is just understanding self. I literally like to call it life, because that's literally what it is. I've literally achieved the ability to look at everything in a spiritual manner. Should I? I don't know. But this is what I do. So I'm able to see that. They be like, man, you too deep. Or you be way up there and you out the bend. Man, I don't know. But guess what? It worked. It worked. And I ain't harming nobody. Physically, I ain't harming nobody. If I'm talking about, I tell you about yourself. I don't care about nothing. Tell you about yourself. I don't care about none of that. But I ain't harming nobody, man. And I don't want to harm nobody, for real, for real. No, not me. Because you got to understand, if we supposed to be these great beings, which we are, you feel what I'm talking about? I know how powerful I am. Now I don't want to do it no more. What I mean by that? Why I don't want to harm something, someone, you feel what I'm talking about, or a situation or something that I feel like I got too much power, not too much power over, but you got to think, when people like he or she or they know not what they do. If we not on the same frequency or whatever, right? Why would I lower my frequency? You know what I'm talking about? To get involved, to make you understand. That's what you're doing. You know, when in actuality, that's gonna happen. They call that the law of retribution. They ain't gonna talk about that law, and we ain't gonna talk too much about that law. But that's the law of retribution. What that means is every single entity, right? Every single entity will reap the benefit, and by benefit I mean a pro or a con, whatever, will reap the benefit of whatever they sow in all existence. You feel what I'm talking about? So you know how it's a hole, and like a black hole in the middle of the Milky Way galaxy. That symbolizes the Kundalini rising up inside of all of us, right? And the more and more the consciousness rises up in here, the more and more the black hole in the Milky Way galaxy eats out the universe, right? That symbolizes us. Okay? So the ones that don't possess this, like I just said or whatever, that's just, like I said, it's just wave energy. So it's just energy that you can utilize. Okay? It don't matter what it is, who it is. Okay? But it too will reap the law of retribution, is what I'm getting at. We sitting around focusing on what we finna do and all this, that, and the third or whatever. How you finna create your kingdom? How many of us is astro projecting, and why are we not talking about that as if it's something that's real? Because it is, and we do it all the time. Why are we not talking about it in a practical sense? That's what I'm saying. These are the things we're supposed to be doing. Get comfortable with it, understand what it is, doing it. You feel what I'm talking about? We linking up, we meeting up, all type of stuff. Why though? Why is that important though? Why am I saying that, and am I saying it how I'm saying it? Because because it don't matter who and what you is and how you do it, right? Watch this. It's just about what you're doing, you know, getting this back right. If you was an individual that was like, man, I want to get the planet back, we got to get the planet back in order and all that stuff. This would be the way to do it. We don't got to do nothing physical. Maybe what you call the elite, they know that. They know we don't got to do nothing physical. You feel me? They know it's all mental game. That's why the war we're in, the Cold War, is a mental war being fought longer than a lot of us has been alive. Right? But we've had great speakers, spiritual assassins that came through and gave us a lot of information, gave us a lot of insight. You feel I'm talking about? A lot of wisdom to get us to where we at right now. But remember, make that ultimate God body. So it don't matter. It don't matter. What do you call that? What it is? It's just people be pushing. People be pushing. People not pushing the wrong thing. People are pushing just one thing, though, is what I'm getting at. It's not that. When you think about a council, or you think about like a council of gods, a galactic federation, this, that, and third, or whatever, the reason why they explain all these different mystery systems and all that stuff or whatever, right? And they have all these different races of spirits or whatever, is because it's a different form of the energy that individuals resonate with it the most. Now it's what you're going to project. It's almost like what they said earlier, how you think about yourself is how you view yourself. I view myself as an alien, that's what's going to happen or whatever. But think about the interpretation of what an alien is what I'm getting at. You know what I mean? So all these different other spirits and all that stuff or whatever. It's the same thing. Now we're feeding that spirit to the sense to where we're building that reality for us. We dealing with the energies. We evoking the energies, meaning we're calling them upon us, and we're becoming the energies or whatever. And when they're gone, meaning we ain't using it no more, we still retain the knowledge of how to use it, the feeling of it, the experience, and we can take that and do other things with it. You know what I'm talking about? Becoming God. And even all, like I just said earlier, this is all the mental plane. What we worship as God is nothing but the mental plane. You know what I'm saying? But it's a dual aspect and everything. So the aspect that we worship, that we will feel like is outside of ourselves, in actuality is a lower aspect, a darker aspect, not in the evil sense, but a darker aspect in not being in the actual light. You feel what I'm saying? You want to reach for the light, the highest form of you is light. The lowest form of you is this right here, the body, the physical body. As the body rises up, you feel what I'm talking about? It becomes less and less dense. You feel what I'm talking about? And now you become photons. But during the descension or whatever, you become these particles, these atoms and all that or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting at. And even that doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is your soul. But the soul is having the experience. You know what I'm talking about? But through this, so it does matter in a way, through these spirits or whatever, in these different lifetimes or whatever, the soul is having this experience or whatever, you know. And then we talk about their soul like no, your soul don't know what's going on for real, and it need not know what's going on right now, because it will stop what's going on right now. Don't know what your soul is. You can't experience and fathom the type of entity that you truly are. Henceforth, the all can't experience itself inside of itself. You can't experience your individual finite self being a part of this all neither. So you have to have individual experiences or other experiences that you would deem outside yourself, right? Understanding though that you have power over that, meaning you thinking. You get me? You the thinking. In 1 second, let me I know this is like my however many times. I don't care. Don't judge me. Please don't judge me. See, now y'all caught me in a time where I'm hyped now. I'm up. I'm amped. Hey, you know something funny? Somebody told me, I don't know if this is probably yesterday, the day before yesterday. I had to be, because I don't think I was on live yesterday. I don't know. I don't care. But somebody was like, I give this guy 3 weeks of talking. Dude, what are you talking about? Where are you at now? I didn't block him. I was expecting him to come. Because I want to see that. I want to see him troll me for 3 weeks. Because I think it's sad. Seriously, why would you say that? Why would you wish that upon me? What did I do? Nothing. And I was talking about this same book, reading out of this same book with the same background. Because that's why he said what he was saying. Because of my background. So I just find it weird, you guys. Or maybe it was a bot said. I don't know. I believe in those things, but I tend to not let those things bother me for real, for real. Ah, man, I'm always messing up stuff. Hold on. Ugh, I'm always messing up stuff, y'all. Always messing up stuff. I got a question. I sound like a happy person, y'all. Like for real, I sound like a happy person. Like if you see me, I just be walking around outside just happy-go-lucky. Cause I'm not. I just think it's weird. I be laughing, but I ain't no happy person for real, for real. I think I be laughing to stay in the middle zone. So I'll go off edge. I don't know. I'm short as hell, right? So they always call me an angry little person. Maybe. You never know. This always say this. Well, this important law, the law of emotion. This important law says, thought precedes emotion. At this dramatic time in humanity, in human history, violent emotions dominate human behavior, causing disharmony in people's personal lives, and war and strife around the globe. Unfortunately, people are driven by their emotions. They experience an emotion and act accordingly. They are as yet unaware that they are, or that they can use their minds to choose and control their emotions. Instead, they are victims of their own emotions because they do not understand the mechanism of the mental technology behind the emotions. Mental technology teaches us the true relationship between thought and emotion, and this is why thought precedes emotion. This means you cannot have an emotion without first having a thought. Please consider this carefully. When you understand this law, you will see that you cannot be angry without having an angry thought first. Ooh. See, they shouldn't have said angry, because I'm going to agree with that because I'm an angry person. You know what I'm saying? I am. For sure. Why? Don't ask me that. I ain't got nothing to do with you. That's me and my most high mind. You feel what I'm talking about? But listen, being an angry person, you deal with anger a lot, right? You deal with it a lot. I ain't gonna lie to you. So sometimes I just be thinking, you gonna think I'm crazy, I don't care. But sometimes I be thinking, I be like, I be thinking about an experience. And like my mouth get to twitching. Yeah, get angry like that. And I be like, nah, I had to stop thinking, but it just off the thought. You feel what I'm talking about? And it's crazy they saying it. I didn't read this book. I read the beginning of this book. We in page 32. 69 pages. Didn't read this book. I don't have to read it. But we read it together. So it's better. It's better. It's better because I ain't just saying nothing. I learned this along the way. Yes. Because there's a lot of the information is not just in this book. But when I be coming up here and I be like sharing my experience or whatever, it's better. It's right here. Come on, Scud. Where we at? Scud. Why I keep losing my here we go. And you cannot be sad without having a sad thought first. For all my sad people out there, stay away from me. Nor can you feel love, nor can you feel loving and kind without having loving and kind thoughts first. Those thoughts that just make you smile and warm your heart. You feel what I'm saying? Oh yeah, you know it. Don't be trying to be hard on me. You feel what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you. when grandma made that first cake or them first cookies or whatever the little first sweets was or the food was or whatever, she say, baby, come on up in here and get this. You feel what I'm saying? And you ain't seen her in a long time or whatever. A long time for us back in the day was like 3-4 days, you feel what I'm saying? And then she give you that food or whatever. Now, the person you is now, when you think back on that, or when you do think back on them times or whatever, it just make you smile. Make your heart warm. Some of us ain't got it. Some of us still do got it. Some of us finna call it tonight. Grandma, what you doing? Nothing, baby. Call my grandma tomorrow because the time, she definitely sleep. She not answering the phone. For most people, this realization is a true revelation. Revelation. Since most people are driven by their emotions, recognizing and understanding this law and how this mechanism works, both in themselves and in other people, requires a great expansion of consciousness and self-awareness. Should have said empathy. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. When we can do that, because each and every person is going through something different, personal, regardless of the situation and how similar it is. What we like to do is try to find the similarities in our life, and then we tend to overlook the individuals that we're quote unquote healing. Nah, you got to step into their shoes and truly feel what they're feeling. You know, sometimes we be like, that's hard to do. Nah, it's not hard to do, because if you ever got around someone and you was feeling happy and then you don't feel happy no more, or you ever got around some people, walked around them or whatever, sometimes we say that's social anxiety. Now we empathic, and because we're empathic, we can pick up on the energies around us. You know, and all of us in actuality are empathic, because this essence that's inside of us and about us and around us is super conductive and magnetic. So, experiment witnessing. This is probably the last one, y'all. I ain't gonna lie, we're on page 33. I like that, because you know 333, that's my number. That's my number. We're gonna end it at this. The witnessing experiment. Should I give it the witnessing experiment? Should I give the whole thing? No, that's too long. That's because we're going to end at 33. Yeah. We're going to end at 33. We're going to end at 33. Listen, y'all. I'm putting this on my YouTube. So, for anybody that want to catch the earlier half of this or whatever, because I don't know how long I've been on here, just check out my YouTube, man. Subscribe, though. Don't just leave me hanging like that. It's BabaWati, though. BabaWati. You know what I'm saying? And if you want this book and having trouble finding this book, just hit me up. Hit me up on Instagram. Follow me. Because look, I'm not going to lie to y'all. When I get, because I don't like TikTok. So when I get the followers that I have on TikTok, it just be y'all. When I get the followers that I have on TikTok or whatever, I'm not going to be on here no more. I'm going back to YouTube. That's where I was the last 2-3 years. Going back to that. You can do what you want to do. We can chill. You know what I'm talking about? We can really build in there. I like it. You know what I'm saying? I don't like this for kids. Not knocking it. I just don't like it. You know what I'm saying? You can't do too much stuff. And we really trying to get to the bottom of things for real. For this ain't no game. You know? So, yeah. But BabaAkil, my Instagram. BabaWati for my YouTube. And it's the same picture, so you really can't miss it for real. But, yeah. If you want the book, just hit me up. And, that's pretty much it, man. Y'all got any questions or whatever? You feel what I'm talking about? I guess I'll answer them. But don't ask me no questions like that. People was asking me the other day, man, how's I'm chosen? Now I forgot my thing said for the chosen ones only. But this is what I'm getting at. Y'all here. And it's a lot more. It's not just 40 of us. But, right, we here right now. I said what I said, and I'm saying what I'm saying as far as my piece, right? And we here, and we not arguing. You feel what I'm talking about? I would imagine that we can all walk away with something. We learned some things. We learned that mental laws and laws themselves, physical laws, are impersonal. They're gonna happen regardless, right? Regardless of our knowledge, regardless of how we feel, regardless of who we are. We understand that the effect that we have in life or in our reality, you feel I'm talking about, shares the same characteristics with the cause. We learn that cause is the result of thought, right? You feel I'm talking about? And the events are the effect. We learned that. While that's simple, it's simple. It's simple because it's supposed to be looked at in a practical way because, hey, I can think. It's not something that you can't physically do, right? You can do this. Most things that's being presented to you, right, you already believe that you can't do it. So you won't even be able to get to that point. You can think. You can change how you think. You can see things differently. And it will be crazy to think about that or to, you know what I'm saying, to attempt it at first. I'm speaking from experience. But once you get to the point of, dang, I finally did it. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's been like several years for me. But just like a few weeks ago, I was like, I finally then changed my perception. Literally. You feel what I'm talking about? Everybody be like, ooh, I got it. I walked the bed, ooh, out the bed, ooh, because they ready to share something with you. They ready to share something with you. And they ain't never said, oh, I finally got it. Now, fuck what you talking about as far as the spirits, because the spirits gonna be talking. They gonna keep on, because they have their own agenda. No, I got questions. What do I gotta do? And this, that, and third. This. It ain't asking no questions. They waiting for instructions. Because that's how we was taught. No. You're not waiting for no instructions in that sense. Because you done already built a internal regimen based upon the science that you have and acquired out of the knowledge, which is just some information that was just recorded out of the souls of the ancient, which were you in different lifetimes, which exists now in the astral plane inside of you, the mental realm. How do they exist? Because they was able to cultivate their essence, their energy, right? Aspects of it, and exist in these realms, utilizing the quote-unquote laws of nature, the laws of the universe, whatever, interfacing with it via it being a consciousness, via it just being a quote-unquote energy, all of that, and surpassing the mundane worship. We ain't worshiping. You're not a worshiper. You're not to be worshipped neither. You feel me? You worship yourself. You know what I mean? I don't know what people be saying when they be like, all praise to the Most High, but the Spirit came to me and told me, said the Most High was my Most High mind. But that's how my mind operates. But the Spirit literally came to me and told me that, and it was like, it's nothing probably to y'all, but it was like the greatest revelation to me today. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I was like, bro, I get it now. That's why I got on live. I wasn't even gonna talk about that. I was like, bro, I get it now. And it just gave me inspiration to come on here and just read out of this book again. I don't know. I like it though. And I hope, like I said, everybody was able to take something up out of it. You know what I mean? And when we're done with this, if y'all ready, we gonna get into the altar. It's the little book, a little book of altar magic, right? And it's gonna go into a lot of things I've already, you know what I'm saying, done a little scope. You know how I do it. You feel what I'm talking about? We gonna go in together, but I had to do a little scope, and it is interesting. It has a lot of like different symbols, different animals or whatever that you probably already experiencing and seeing in your dreams or in the physical reality or whatever, and you might want to know what it means or whatever, or just, you know what I'm saying, it might just be interesting period or whatever, and just how to build these things up. Also, the analogy that I came across as far as the gold war, we're gonna go over that. What's today? What's today, y'all? Like, I'm serious, because I don't be knowing. It's like, what is today? Does anybody know? Damn. Is it Wednesday? No, it's Thursday. It don't say it up here. Today, Thursday. It gotta be, I think so. We're gonna go with that. So it's today, Thursday. Friday, we're gonna do it then. We're gonna do it. So, I usually try to go around 3. Well, I don't. I usually try to go live. I do, but I be setting up, so it don't really go. I don't really go live until about like 4, maybe 5 or something. You know, nigga time. But so somewhere around that time, Eastern time, I definitely be live tomorrow, man. And I don't know. Yeah, so we probably not gonna go all over this again. It's 33 pages. Maybe, maybe not. But y'all here and y'all got this. And I'm gonna put this up on YouTube. This will be up on YouTube, if not tonight, tomorrow. So, yeah, we probably just gonna start right here with this experiment witnessing. Do an overview, but still, wait till y'all, you know what I'm saying, tune in or whatever, get ready or whatever. Like I said, man, I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate the likes. I appreciate the energy. You feel what I'm talking about? Y'all here. We here. You feel what I'm talking about? The Alchemist used to say a lot of things, and he was asking me for this book, but look, he used to always say something that it'll make you think he read this book. I don't exist if I don't only exist because you here. Some of y'all probably didn't know who I was, meaning I didn't exist until you put your attention onto me. That's how life should be. You feel what I'm talking about? But it's not like that. You're a God, but we gotta worry about this. We gotta worry about that. They might not be giving it to you like that, but when it's given to you in a fear fashion, you feel me? Like, you're gonna worry. You feel what I'm talking about? That's what it is. That's what it is. I had to make sure I went in camera. But again, I appreciate everybody. I want everybody to know they are important. You get me? We all are important, but if you can't find it in yourself to love yourself enough to understand that, bro, I am important, to stand outside of what the group is saying. And for you, it would be whatever the group that you're around is saying, because it is you that disagrees. Why do I say that? You gonna find yourself in some shit that you don't really understand, right? But it resonates so much to where you still around it, right? But everybody agrees with it so much to where you ain't gonna show it. It's the same thing as enjoying certain activities or whatever, and it being shameful in the eyes of society, and you hide it and start in the shadow, right? But in this context or whatever, you will form a certain hatred towards the information, which in actuality holds, you know what I'm talking about, holds an aspect of this whole thing we call let's say the absolute, right? It holds an aspect of it or whatever, right? But if you get caught up in groups like that, and only follow the understanding and terminologies given by the one individuals that's giving it or whatever, and not giving you the source or whatever, if I'm talking about, and encouraging you to gain your own perspective on it, whatever, you will only have what perspective? Their perspective. You feel what I'm talking about? If my perspective was, like, if it was like this, and I told y'all, hey, my perspective of the earth is a triangle, and everybody was to believe me, then that's what it is to us. We living in a triangle. It's the same thing. You know what I'm talking about? But, you know, certain groups gonna try to force you to do that, or you just can't be in that. Man, you can't look at life. Look, watch this. You can't be with me if you ain't into the mental laws. The mental laws. Basically. But it ain't no being with me. Who am I? Who is Zo? Nobody. For real, for real. They be like, no, he just saying that because he think less. No, I actually think highly of myself. I'm actually conceited. But who am I? Nobody. When you allow your own personal view on yourself to control how you literally view life and move in life or whatever, then it's a problem. I love myself. You feel what I'm talking about? I love myself a lot. Probably too much. But I don't allow it to infringe on anybody else. I love what I do. I love what I talk about. I love what I've cultivated, my culture. My own particular culture. You know, they like to tell you, we're all a part of this, we're all a part of that. No. We're part of the all. And within the all, everything exists. You feel what I'm talking about? And all of this, everything, I mean, everything you can tap into and all these individuals. Giving you the ability to form that what? Ultimate God body. Because it's something that the Orishas is missing from the Netaru. Why do I say that? Because the ancient people of Yoruba will tell you they came from or migrated out of Egypt. So that's just a lesser form of that. And then so forth, and then so forth, and then so forth, and then so forth. So what do you do as the primordial being from which all of this exists inside? You take it, you reconstruct it to create something new. You know what I'm saying? Watch this. They be like, let's meditate, mass meditation, and do something. That works so much, and it will work, right? But we ain't gotta mass meditate. We ain't gotta be 8 billion of us. It could be 100 of us. Truly dedicated. Let's go outside. Let's sit down, 100 of us, and meditate. Now, you tell me what's gonna happen. I mean, you're gonna see it, but you know what I mean? That's why I say. So it don't take 1,000 or none of that. The group of people you know, but see, we be trying to get the people around us that's not in tune with the information. That's what you call starting a cult. You know what I'm talking about? Sometimes they ain't with it or whatever, but you persuade them or whatever. Now they ain't, but they don't even understand. They just hear it. No, you want a motherfucker to be a part of whatever, and it's not a part of nothing. It's the conscious community. Individuals having their own culture. You want a motherfucker to be like that on their own. Have the same love for the culture or for the knowledge or the knowledge of self. You feel what I'm talking about? The desire to have knowledge of self. You want them to have that desire on their own. You don't want to force it on them. You know what I'm talking about? You don't want to wake up granny, right? At the wrong time in the morning. You feel me? Everybody wakes up at a different time. And everybody telling you to wake up because your soul is asleep. And they tell you about contracts. The contract is is your terms of agreement. What did your soul agree to? Right? And if I tell you that it's contracts involved in this or whatever, which it is or whatever, right? It would be crazy to tell you how to go about life and when to wake up. Because understand, nobody knows your contract. In the what do you call that? In the ancient Egyptian text, you have Jehudi, which is Hermes, and you have Sachet, his wife, his consort, his twin. Sachet is the goddess of libraries, right? She's also the melanin inside of your ear to give you the ability to have clairvoyance and hear the beyond, basically, beyond the physical, right? What is his name? Jehudi is your rDNA. Jehudi is the scribe of the gods. Your rDNA transcribes your DNA. And then you have mRDNA, the messenger DNA, which Jehudi is also the messenger of the gods. You literally doing something inside of your body. These are alchemical properties inside of your body. You literally doing something inside of your body for real. You changing your body from within for real. Ain't no hospital, ain't no none of that. I'm talking about for real. You know what I mean? So why is all of that important? It's important because they wanted to stop. They wanted to stop. They didn't want you to think like that. Those that possess the soul, right, has the ability to have an organic experience outside of this physical experience afterwards, right? No one that doesn't possess a soul, right, has that ability, unless one with a soul, one with a soul, right? What do you call that? Gives horizontal DNA transfer. So you would have to receive horizontal DNA transfer from one who has a soul if you don't have a soul. What is the soul? The soul is the spark of light, the divine spark. The divine spark is just that piece of the first absolute thought that they was talking about earlier. If you ain't got that, right? If you ain't got that, you better off doing what they doing with the moon, what I was talking about the other day with that whole virtual reality. Earlier, we was talking about quantum physics inside of this book. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a quantum reality dealing in particles, right? Hydrogen, nitrogen, carbon, you feel I'm talking about oxygen, what you become after your physical reality. But you have to know how to maneuver that. You only been dealing with this physical reality. And if you believe in your attention, which still exists after your physical existence, that attention can be still placed on another physical existence, which you wouldn't have this one or whatever. You know, you were reincarnated, but all you're doing is reconstructing the energy, reassembling it to have another experience. You feel what I'm talking about? To fit the memory of the experience that you had. This is why we have what? Oh, you have you familiar or karmic relationships and this, that, and the third or whatever. Because the atoms inside of the body they still resonate the same way they resonated in a previous lifetime. So when you come through and experience somebody and you're familiar with them or whatever, the atoms inside of your body and inside of their body or whatever are resonating the same way and having the same reaction. So you'd be like, this person familiar or whatever. I knew them in a different past life. That's what that is. So, we definitely learned a lot today, y'all. I definitely appreciate y'all for tuning in. But I gotta go. I don't want to go, but I gotta go. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like I said, man, hit me up if y'all want this book. This book free, y'all. I'm not charging y'all. You feel what I'm saying? This book free. I mean, it is books like that I got out there, whatever, you know what I'm saying, y'all can pay for. But this book right here is free. Over. And I want y'all to get it. So hit me up. Like, get the book. Get the book because we've read 33 pages out of 69. And y'all here, I feel like y'all understand it or whatever. And we're going to finish it or whatever. But it's good to have on your own or whatever and read it on your own. Look at it with your own eyes and gain your own perspective, though. It's great for that. So please get this book. If you can't find it, hit me up. You don't got to hit me up, but if you can't find it, hit me up. And if you want to get the rest of this, like I said, my YouTube, BabaWati, BabaWati. Hit me up on Instagram at BabaAkil. All of my platforms is has this picture. Now, I know I'm gonna be showing my face, but we just gonna say this right here. If y'all see it, because it's to my knowledge that it's people that know me outside of me speaking. If you see me on any other platform or whatever, with a different name or something like that or whatever, don't worry about what I'm doing over there. From talking about, you don't know me from that. You know me from this. You know what I'm saying? You know me from you know me from this. So we just gonna stick to this. That's why I don't promote it over there. You feel what I'm saying? I do music and that's it. But I don't like to promote that on both sides or whatever. But people be talking to me about that, I don't even want to talk about that. Because that's not even important for real. Really, I love music so much, but I'm to the point to where I want to stop because I'm so conscious. I'm be like, I don't know no more. We got a thing called neuro linguistic programming, NLP. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I've been studying that and the rap, and I'm like, I don't know, man. Maybe I've been affected. Yes, I feel like I'm talented. I don't care though. You know what I'm talking about? Because It's a lot of individuals that's talented, but man, Joe, look what they do to them. I'm not even talking about getting rid of them and them. I'm just saying, like, for me, music is literally expressing myself, and you know what I'm saying? Like, literally, I really get in my bag as far as when I'm listening to myself rap. Like, I got my music recorded, I drop my stuff or whatever, but when it put me in a certain type of focus or whatever. It's different when you hear yourself or whatever, or like when you paint or doing things like that. You know what I'm saying? But for an individual to go off and try to, I guess, pursue it or whatever, those individuals that truly is authentic with it, man, they don't really get a fair shot for real. Some of them don't be really knowledgeable as far as what's going on, and that's not, ignorance is no excuse in the law. But watch this. It don't matter. Still, they still gonna come at you regardless of what you know. I know what I know, and I know what's coming. Hey, but look though. I'm young. Most of the teachers we got are like going off into their 30s. I see it in the next few years. You know what I'm saying? So I still got that fire. You know what I'm talking about? But I'm conscious now, and I understand that these individuals, what you call the elite, they really don't want the fight that we expected. I want it bad, itching, but it ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be mental, and it's gonna be cataclysm or whatever, but it ain't gonna be how we thought. And I would like it to be how we thought, but how we thought or how we think it'll be or whatever is literally how they portray it, because they understand different. It will be worse with this. It will be worse with this. You know what I'm saying? It will be worse with this. Eventually they're gonna catch wind. But that don't mean nothing. That don't mean anything. In fact, they probably already have. They got underground bunkers. We was always thinking about the underground bunkers, and it's supposed to be like a nuclear war. You know that, cause they talk about it now. So, cause I've been talking about it, but I was confusing people. So now I can freely talk about this. The solar flares, or the coronal mass ejections, that's nuclear fission. That's nuclear fission. When the atoms come together and separate, that's nuclear fission. You feel what I'm talking about? So all of the atoms, all of the stuff going on in the sun, we ain't even gonna go deep like that or whatever. But all that making it hot like that or whatever, that's a nuclear reaction. That nuclear reaction is causing all of this heat. But remember I said earlier or whatever, that's the vibration rising. So what we gotta do, we gotta rise our vibration, because it don't matter what we feel about Earth. I love the planet Kai. I love my planet, and it's gonna do all this. That's what they be saying. I love all this. What is you doing to yourself though? Is you loving yourself? Because Planet Kai is gonna recognize you as an individual that does not love themselves, meaning an individual that is low in frequency. So what's she gonna do? Get up out of here, baby. Oh no, but I come from the band. Ooh, that don't mean nothing. It's about your thought process. I was thoughting too much about how much I love Planet Kai, but not about myself. Right? Because like I said earlier, she gonna do what she gonna do. And also, I didn't say this earlier, but she is conscious, as well as everything else around you that you have that you have experience with, you come in contact with. That's why they said the so-called inanimate objects, they still possess the same energy, what they was talking about. Right? It has a vibration, it's just slower. You know what I mean? So you're the ultimate thing having this experience outside of everything. The ultimate being, the supreme being. Right? Outlining your life, creating your life story. Right? To live in what we call peace. What is peace? I'm not talking about the acronym. I'm talking about afterlife. We're gonna just say it like that. That's how I like to give it to you. I'm blunt. That's what it is. And because of that, it's the ultimate mystery, which the ancients were trying to study, or were studying and uncovering. The greatest mystery is what happens after we leave from here. While we like to talk about how this is the school for the gods, and it is the school for the gods, and what you can do because of your connection. Your connection is your physical connection. You know what I'm talking about? Your physical connection and the physical experience, and the many physical experiences that you've had. Now they've taught you that you only live one time, you're only going to live one time, and it is what it is, right? But back in the day, we've understood that we've been here, or even before, that we're going to keep on coming here, or before that we need to be here, and it's going to keep on happening until we rise out. So watch this. When they say, I'm the Alpha and the Omega, I'm the beginning and the end, you feel what I'm saying? They mean this right here. Earlier we was talking about the atoms and the subatomic particles and the waves. The waves will be the potential energy, the uncreated potential energy of everything. The particles, right, will be the first manifestation out of that. You know what I'm talking about? So like literally still the great mother. You know what I'm talking about? The subatomic particles. The atoms will be us right now. You know what I'm saying? So what are we going back to? Subatomic particles. But what are we taking with us? A memory. Memory of what? All of what we've done, all of what we've experienced. To do what? To form a omniverse. We're going to the omniverse. Were you present everywhere? What do I mean? Listen, I know you probably don't watch it, but it's been out for a long time, so if you haven't, I can't say nothing. Rick and Morty. It's an episode of Rick and Morty. What is her name? What is her name? I don't know, but it's like it's a collective consciousness. He's going out with a planet. I forgot what they called her though, so I forgot the name of the episode. But if you watched it, you've seen this though, whatever. But she's dang, what is it? What's the name of it? Like Mimic Me or something like that. It was something freaky like that or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But basically what she did is go to different planets, universes or whatever, you know what I'm talking about, and embed her consciousness within the population or whatever, and basically become them. You feel what I'm talking about? So that's basically what the ultimate absolute is. So we are part of that. That's what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? So you're not supposed to get caught up in what the other person is doing because it resonates with you. It will resonate with you because somewhere down the line it came out of you. You're connected to the ancestors, to the ancients, to all of this because why? We all connected. And because of that, because they wrote, like, you know what I'm saying, recorded what they experienced from like eternally or whatever, you feel what I'm talking about? You have a sense of connection with that. And you've been dealing with it. You probably deal with it in a different past life. The things you don't deal with says that you've damn near accomplished it already. You know what I'm talking about? Not the things like, I don't like that, but like, man, I like it, but I ain't rocking with it. Because you probably already done it already. More than likely. And then when you learn that about yourself, you be like, damn. See, because just learning, it's not, watch this. It ain't just learning about yourself. It's when I get this, okay, watch this. Hold on. Savant syndrome. You know what savant syndrome is? Give me one second, I gotta get a piece of candy. Listen, y'all, don't get on my back, because all I eat is fruits, but I'm definitely eating some candy. I'm definitely eating some chocolate. I don't care. I don't like chocolate, but it's good right now. So anywho, right? Savant syndrome. Hold on. Because I don't want to give you my definition. I'm going to give you what do you call that? The Google definition. Savant syndrome is a rare condition in which persons, why do they say it like that? I hate that, bro. In which persons with various developmental disorders, including autistic disorder, having an ability and having an amazing ability and talent. This condition can be congenital, genetic or inborn. or can be acquired in labor, childbirth, or even in adults. For an adult, it's like sometimes when somebody get hit in the head or whatever. So basically, watch this. When a lot of times when a person get hit in the head for real bad or whatever, and they wake up and they can like play the piano real good, do math real good or whatever, draw real good, things like that. I got a good example for those that watched the TV show Empire when it first came out. I forgot what had happened to Lucius Lyon, Terrence Howard, but whatever happened to him when he had like a car accident or something like that or whatever, he had came back with some type of syndrome to where he was able to see, what do you call that, the colors and all that stuff. Yeah, it was like a form of that. He was able to see like the notes as colors, like not the notes, but the music as colors. So he had notes, basically. The musical notes as colors. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is at all. Let's see. I'm looking it up for you. Sound, color, synesthesia. I did know that. Synesthesia. I talk how I talk, I don't care. You got it though. It's where you see specific colors when you hear certain sounds. It tends to be specific to certain sounds or music. Musicians and artists often describe having this form. So that's basically what it is. Like that's like a different thing. What I was saying was, you learn something right away. You know, that's it. So listen, right? Y'all be safe, right? Y'all meditate tonight. See, even if you don't have time, cause I be all over the place. I'm Sonic. You do have time to go to sleep, right? So if the topic is mental technology, getting your mind in order and all that stuff or whatever, try this right here. They have exercises and I think they're great. But try this. When you go to sleep or before you go to sleep at night or whatever, right? Try to clear your mind like they said or whatever, in a sense of thinking about more positive things or more knowledgeable things and how to get things done in your life or make positivity in your life, right? And then after that or whatever, try to meditate yourself to sleep. You might experience yourself in a realm of whatever it was you were thinking about. Sometimes we already do that naturally. Henceforth, you got to clear your thoughts. You feel what I'm saying? Or what they be like, think positive. That's what they say. But when you think positive, you attract positive. You know what I'm talking about? We need both negative and positive, right, to create things. You feel what I'm saying? But in this context, right? In this context, you gotta understand what it is as far as attraction goes when you bringing things into your life. So that's all I gotta say. I love y'all, man. I don't be just saying that, cause I don't just be giving my love away. But this is why I say I love y'all. Y'all here. Y'all not supporting me. I ain't nobody. I ain't write this book. But I'm able to understand it because of my experience. And I'm giving it back to y'all. And y'all here. Y'all here getting it. That's why I love y'all. Somewhere down the line, I might meet you in the physical, in the astros, in the higher realms. I don't know. Right now, I mean you right now. And I love y'all. Y'all here. You feel me? Y'all here. I wouldn't be doing it if you wasn't here. That's what I'm saying. I could be doing other things. My shirt literally says I paused my game to be here. I love playing video games. I'm a game booty. In Illinois, that's what we call it. I'm telling you. You gotta be yourself. You gotta be yourself. That's all I gotta say. So look, y'all be safe, man. Like I said, I love y'all. YouTube, BabaAkil. Instagram, BabaAkil. If y'all haven't followed, don't gotta follow. You know what I'm saying? If you want to get in contact with me, that's how you gotta get in contact with me. You feel what I'm talking about? If you want to see the contact, you know, or the content, I be talking fast. That's what you do. But again, I always say, because I sit here and talk forever. And the chocolate over good. But it's melting. It's melting. Ooh. Y'all be safe, Scott.